We are going to start today's session with a roundtable discussion. And by roundtable, we mean that this is going to be an interactive session. We are all going to participate in a way. Much as we are going to have a panel here with us, we encourage that you people pair up and discuss the issues that are going to be raised during the panel discussion. And as per the program, we are going to be running the roundtable while a creative writing workshop for secondary school students is taking place in one of our rooms. So later on, you'll see secondary school students joining you here. That session is facilitated by one of Uganda's notable authors, Mr. Julius Ochinyo. You're going to start in a few minutes, but in the meantime, please feel free to occupy the front seats. Yes, you came here early, so you have the right to be at the very front. So if you could please make your way to the front seats and fill them first, then we shall be starting. Thank you.
I saw you dancing in a crowded room. You look so happy when I'm not with you. Then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why I ran away. I make you cry when I ran away. You could have asked me why I broke your heart. Could have told me that you fell apart. But you walked past me like I wasn't there, just pretending like you didn't care. I don't know why I ran away. I make you cry when I ran away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. So make you think that I will always stay. I say some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone did to mine. And now you won't love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. Oh girl, say I made you cry when I run away. Yeah, yeah. Girl, take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. I realize that I'm much too late, and you deserve someone better. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. Yeah. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wish you could swim like the dolphins, like dolphins can swim. Though nothing will keep us together. We can beat them forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day.
Hi, once again. So we're going to start the day's first session, a roundtable discussion about innovative publishing strategies and new model in Africa. Like I said, it's going to be an interactive session, but you're going to have a panel before us who are going to kind of lead the discussion and channel it in a particular direction. So on this panel is Kirui, an independent publisher from Kenya, Anwuli Ojogwu, a publisher, editor, and co-founder of Narrative Landscape Press, Kenneth Muhangi, a leading expert in sustainability, carbon markets, and Article 6 compliance, and Cynthia Kinyera, a digital content creator, communications specialist, and the founder of Uganda Digital Writers Association. This discussion is going to be moderated by Rasheeda Nalumoso from British Council. So I'm going to introduce Rasheeda as she makes her way to the stage. Rasheeda is an ideas-led creative producer, managing large, complex international cultural programs, building cross-sector collaborations with partners to research, build networks, and develop ambitious, innovative commissions. Rasheeda's work includes designing international artist exchange programs, digital and enterprise platforms, international festival programming, exhibitions, and conferences. Currently, regional lead creative economy with the British Council Africa Arts team, Rasheeda's works across Africa and the UK as a cultural producer and consultant, Life Choices Producing, including as a co-founder of Creators Connect, fostering cross-sector collaboration to amplify visibility and unlock global opportunities with and for artists across Africa, the wider diaspora, and the global creative economy. Let's welcome Rasheeda. Rasheeda, I hand over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here, and welcome to our session on innovative publishing strategies, which I'm really glad to have been in dialogue with the Goethe and Goretti to have happen within the conference, feeling that there is a momentum of energy in an intentional way around the opportunity of where we're taking publishing for the continent. There've been a number of reports which have been well received, not only commissioned through the British Council last year on looking at innovative publishing strategies in Africa and how countries across the continent are innovating in this space, but also UNESCO's published report last year. So I'm really excited for the conversation and really to mark also the Pan-African panel that Goretti has gathered. We don't often get to have the pleasure of such an expert range of minds in one space. And I think we're really also the importance of community and network building and how platforms such as literature festivals contribute to these important discussions to continue the opportunities of publishing are really, really important. I would like to welcome my panel up, following on from the introductions that I've had. Mercy Kirui. Yeah, Mercy, if you'd like to come up and join us. Mercy, a publishing consultant and rights agent from Kenya, and also published children's author. Thank you. And my next panelist, Anwuli Ojogwu, Managing Director of Narrative Landscape Press. Anwuli founded an independent publishing company, Narrative Landscape Press, in Lagos in 2016, to great acclaim with a number of internationally renowned writers, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Marlon James, Oyinkan Braithwaite, among others. And in 2024, recently expanded to East Africa with Narrative Landscape East Africa. Welcome. My next panelist, Cynthia Kinyera, Uganda Digital Rights Association, a professional storyteller and seasoned content writer. Thank you. And last but not least, Kenneth Muhangi, KTA Associates. Kenneth specializes in sustainability, big data, intellectual property, technology, AI, and telecommunications law, award-winning across IP and tech as a trainer, author, advocate. And I've recently had the pleasure of engaging with Kenneth instrumentally over opportunities of the creative economy through a number of white papers that he has published on opportunities in Uganda. Welcome, panel. And good morning, everybody, on this Sunday. Thank you so much for joining us. Great. Okay, so innovation in African publishing. The quote, "Today's innovation is tomorrow's authenticity," suggests that what seems risky or unconventional now may tomorrow become the norm. Innovation isn't always about the new. It can mean reimagining inclusivity, community, tools like self-publishing, audiobooks, digital communications, gathering among ourselves. If goods can't move, people can't move. We've got a lot of issues, as we know, on this continent. But I think despite that, the opportunities of what is happening in this moment is cause for optimism. Africa's book industry accounts for just 5.4% of global publishing revenue, according to the UNESCO 2025 report, and facing a 516 million trade deficit. There is the question about how we leverage innovation to define the literary future of the continent, acknowledging that we've got a breadth of talented writers on the continent, literature festivals and gatherings such as Klar Lit are vibrant and thriving. Panel, what opportunities do you see? I'll hand over to Mercy.
Thank you, Rasheeda, and it's really a pleasure to be here this morning. Probably we should have just started with the service anyway. But I'm glad to be here. So what opportunities do we have? I think, as you've said, right, that innovation does not have to be something new. I think already this is innovative enough, because I mean, like having, first of all, KLA Lit Fest happening as part of, promoting literature and promoting self-publishing, and also like, bringing authors who are successful, like Jennifer here and the rest who joined us. I think that was, first of all, inspiring to the audience and the people who are here. So I think promoting a lot of this festivals and coming together, encouraging collaboration, because being here, honestly, as a publishing consultant and as a rights agent, one of the things that I really look forward to doing is to representing those voices that are not loud. If because some of you, I have talked to some of the authors and some of the young writers who are really inspiring, and they are really enthusiastic about their work. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to do, because these are potential people who will be in this platform tomorrow. So I believe there's a lot of talent that we have in Africa, and one of the things that we can do is to have collaborations, innovative collaboration that can really help us move our voices, because together, stronger we can.
Thank you. Anwuli?
Yes, it's fine. So I have a problem with the word innovation. And that's because, I'm not very old, but I've witnessed an important time in publishing in Nigeria, and I understand it. But publishing is such that I think innovation is a very rare word to use in publishing, because I think the first time we would speak about innovation in publishing was when we invented paper. The second time was when we invented the printing press. The third time was maybe when the e-book, came about. So because publishing is such a conservative space, controlled by systems and mostly by systems, I would say that if we, and I do agree with you that innovation doesn't have to be something that has, that is completely new. But I do think that when we say innovation, I don't think that innovation is the case. I think there are a lot of broken things that have to be fixed. They already exist. They've existed for a very long time. What we've had over the years is they exist, they break, they fade, they come back again. They exist, they fade, they break. And that is because, it's not because we're not using innovation. I think each time that those innovations that we speak about have existed, we have used them to the best of our capacity and our ability. But I think that if we are going to apply the word innovation to something, then we should apply it to systems, apply it to, creating a means that we can produce, our own means of production, our own agents to help us, system of agents to help us get our own work and sell our own work, our own systems to, move goods and services across the continent. So yes, there is a deficit, like you said, because there are no systems. They're broken.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where I wanted to. I think actually that's exactly where I wanted to frame the opportunity of understanding innovation within this what system have we got? What are we working with in the continent? What is not working? And if we're saying, there is a broken system that never really worked, the innovation is positioning, acknowledging that, I think is important. And maybe to not take for granted that that is not something that needs to be stated, because as we were having a pre-panel discussion, there's a lot of systems that don't work around how are we thinking about how money moves within publishing in Africa, educational publishing, systems of government, trade, versus the opportunity of starting your own small self-enterprise and entering publishing as more as a creative, as an individual solo writer, and then engaging on those terms as opposed to educational publishing. And I think that is a system that inevitably you have to meet. So how do we think about then innovation within that?
So one of again, because we had a conversation, I think, in terms of innovation, if we're applying it that way, I think that first and foremost that we have to, like I said, control our own means of production. If we are able to control our own means of production, it means that we are able to, make books more accessible and more affordable. But we have a situation where we do not have a lot of thriving, printing presses. And when we do have them, we are not able to scale and to make them as affordable. The other thing that is, standing in the way is the ability to trade among ourselves. It's very, very difficult to, sell books from West Africa to East Africa, and even to send money. So payment and movement of goods and services is a very big deal when it comes to being able to make publishing work, across the continent. Because if you look at what the EU has, they have a seamless, beautiful system where you can travel from one European country with ease. You have payment systems. Right now we're using PayPal, we're using Pioneer, we're using systems that are not ours. It's hard for me and costly for me to send anyone money, booksellers to remit money to me. But we need, those are the kinds of things, and we have a lot of fintech companies that are coming up that are trying to solve those problems. But we are still using foreign APIs and the rest of them to solve this problem. So it's not a very easy thing. So in those cases, apart from that, in publishing itself, we need people like Mercy to be able to find young writers and to sell them within ourselves. We need to read each other, and because we are not, we don't have like a very seamless, fluid system like we have in North America, which enables them to thrive and have such a big market. It's hard to to promote writers across countries. Just to say that, look, there's another brilliant African. He's not Nigerian, but his writing is remarkable. These are a few things that I think that would be helpful.
Thank you for expanding. Mercy, Digital Rights Association, what's your view? I mean, sorry, Cynthia. Sorry, it's early.
Hello. Yes. Okay. So when you say the word innovation, I once again would like to acknowledge that innovation doesn't mean doing anything new necessarily, but doing the old things better. So I'm the founder of Uganda Digital Writers Association, and something that I found very common amongst writers is the issue of working in silos. Everyone wants to do things their way, and writing is inherently a solitary act. It's not something people often do in groups, but it's important to come together and find that community as writers, as publishers, as everyone within the industry, in order to find out new ways to do things. It's something I'd like to stress because it's often overlooked and often seen as a by the way. But honestly, the reason things don't change is because we aren't talking to each other. You'll show up for an event once every couple of months, smile at people, clink glasses, and then go home and not talk to anyone again. That's not what community is. You need to actually be constantly checking in on each other, constantly looking at what the other person is doing. Then the second thing is, I think it's important that we give digital writing its props. And Wolo will disagree with me and say that publishing and content are different, which they are. But to me, they are cousins. We are all in the same extended family. And the amount of innovation happening in the digital space is huge. It moves much faster than traditional writing. And there are so many Africans who are making money on Substack, on Medium. They are freelance writers, or they are full-time writers in marketing firms or something like that. And the issue is that when we say the word publishing, we have a very limited view of what writing is, of what storytelling is. And if there is one thing I want everyone to take away from here, is that writing is more than one thing. Writing is more than novels and newspapers. Writing is also blog posts. Writing is also tweets. Writing is the billboards you saw on the road on the way here. I used to be a copywriter for a while. I used to work in marketing. And something interesting is that it was my job title. That's what I was paid under. But most people I met didn't know what a copywriter was. And it's not the only firm in Kampala. It's not the only firm in Africa, but we act as if writing is only, Chimamanda and our friend Jennifer Makumbi here. There are so many different types of writers, and that's where innovation comes in. We need to stop thinking of it as one thing. I've met a lot of people who are excellent storytellers and they don't consider themselves writers. They're like, oh, there's just this thing I do online, and the person has published thousands and thousands and thousands of words. To me, that is still publishing. It's just publishing on the digital space. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Kenneth.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I'm enjoying this discussion so far. There was a I think we said in the past, I don't think we still say that if you want to hide something, you put it in a book. Do you guys remember that? But I think now if you want to hide something, you put it in a paperback book. So I think I do agree with Cynthia here that innovation does not necessarily mean doing something new, but rather doing something in new ways or better ways to be able to reach an audience. And I think since we're looking at innovative models or ways of publishing, that I feel we have achieved to a certain degree, because you do have a lot more people that are reading. You do have a lot more people that are writing. This was not the case 10 years, 20 years ago. But now, because of that, we are seeing that we have increased literacy levels. We have increased the amount of writers that want to share their stories or want to read stories that would be able to inspire them to do anything or all the things that they would want to be able to do. And if we're looking at publishing, you cannot separate copyright from publishing. See, if you look at publishing traditionally, you had to have a publisher or a formal way to be able to print your book so that it's able to reach the masses. But then the publisher or whoever compiled your book and made it ready for your readership to be able to get that book, there had to be a sort of incentive, something that would motivate them to be able to ensure that that book reaches as many people as it can reach. But of course, we know paper is not free. And so copyright, which is a law that protects writers, that protects authors, existed so that publishers could be able to basically print more books. And so these books could be able to reach whoever they were reaching. But we're looking at innovative publishing now. Once the internet came and once we had more people that are using social media, well, like we said, and you can see from this panel, we are already divided. You know, some people are still on the traditional side. They want to read Jennifer and Goretti. And then other people are saying, okay, look, no, you can be able to publish online, even on a billboard, as she said. So the jury is still out as to whether we are aligned that this is a good thing. But overall, I feel that what we cannot take away from it is that we have more people reading. And that, I think, in itself is a good thing. And then maybe I'll say that the challenge with digital publishing or with this innovation is that on the side of making money, you know, ultimately writing for most writers should be your bread and butter. But because of publishing online and because it's also easy to be able to publish anything online really, it becomes difficult to track royalties. We don't have any systems or good systems, at least for most, that are available to most writers. We do have entities that are able to help you put, some code in your books that anywhere that it is downloaded, it is possible for you to be able to have some money come back to you. But we don't have, these systems are not ubiquitous to writers or to the system of writing. And so that then becomes, I feel, a disadvantage, because then people write and then maybe they reach a certain stage, and because they're not making enough from it, quality perhaps starts to dip, because then you're just focused on churning out whatever you're churning. And then maybe I'll also say on the aspect of peer review as well, I feel the benefit of the traditional model of publishing is that your books are reviewed, your content is reviewed. But if anyone can pick up a phone or a computer and then type out and they become a writer and publish, how do we verify that content? That's also what has perhaps spread this disease of disinformation, because people are writing whatever they want to write and sharing whatever information they want to be able to share, and without any control mechanisms to be able to review this content, that then becomes an issue, at least from a legal perspective. And so I feel that there have been good opportunities for innovative publishing. As to whether that has been good for all of us, I'm sure there are different answers if you ask each of our audience here this morning.
Thank you.
Can I just say something?
Please.
To everything everybody's saying. I think we're speaking to the same thing, to be very honest. I forgot to mention that, you see, what we do, in whatever form it happens, it complements everything that we do. Publishing traditionally has always had a particular system and particular direction, and it has a purpose for what it does. Digital content, and as a matter of fact, you know, you speak about making money. You can make money from Substack. You can tell people to subscribe to your work. People are making incredible amounts of money on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. It just depends on the way you want to put them. They all complement each other. If you decide that you want to be an essayist, you can put it on Substack. You can get people to pay you to read your articles, and you can make some money. So I don't think they're different. I think we're doing, and then I was also I forgot, there has been some level of, there are levels of innovation in publishing, and there's audiobooks. People are realizing that they don't want to read a book, but they want to listen to a book. So they're all, so when you say, there's digital publishing and there's, there's copywriting and there's the rest, they're all different forms of writing. They just serve different functions. The people who go through the traditional process, if you speak to them, it's a very hard process. People will tell you, as, Goretti said yesterday, it took her 15 years to write Promises. So it's not magical, or it's not, yes, there's gatekeeping, yes, there's self-publishing, yes, there's misinformation, but they are all systems that people use to, to put out information. And we all complement one another. We're not separate. They're just different functions and different forms. That's what they are.
Agree, and I think unpacking it here on the panel is, the opportunity of what I had hoped to delve into through this panel talk. Moving to multilingualism and languages, and thinking about writing not just in English, there is a demand for that across the continent, particularly children's book publishing. A lot of interest in the opportunity and money to be made in children's book publishing in indigenous languages, signaling a need, about time, for more multilingualism. We need to write in our own languages. And what opportunity that presents for cultural preservation, thinking about our own stories. Mercy, as a children's published book author, what view do you have on that opportunity across the continent?
Yeah, first of all, I think it's to acknowledge that I think language, as it has been said during this period in this festival, language is what brings us together. Language is what defines our identity. Language is how we define our belonging, right? And for me, for this, because I've been doing children books, and one of the things that I was just reflecting when you sent this question, I was asking myself, what the role that I am playing as an author in actually, promoting my local, the indigenous languages, for example, in my country. And one of the sad things, unfortunately, I am not doing enough because I don't know who to blame. Because one of the things is when I was growing up, I grew up in a village, and I learned the first language that I learned was my mother tongue, which is Kalenjin. And then along the way, I think when I was about 7 years, I moved from the village and I went to the urban center. And when I went to the urban center, I remember very well that I couldn't communicate, and it was really a problem. And imagine, I think I was already above my age, and when I went to school, I was told because of my age, I had to be taken to a particular class. And then when I went to that class, I couldn't communicate so in Kenya we have English and Swahili. You guys killed Swahili, but I'm told at least it's coming. It grew up in Tanzania. Well, it was born in Tanzania, grew up in Kenya, and then somehow you guys decided to, but it's fine. But it's coming. I'm told it's coming. So when I went to grade, so that time it was class 3, I went to this class and everyone was speaking Swahili, everyone was speaking English because it was urban center. The only language I knew was Kalenjin. Now, the form of instruction what I knew was our teacher used to teach us somehow English, but using Kalenjin. And that's how I grew up knowing it. And then when I went to so imagine the way I think most of you are our athletes. Have you ever had them speaking when they're being interviewed? So imagine that for me, and it was even worse. And then, so with time, I'm glad that my class teacher was really tolerant and helped me to learn the language. Now, the thing is, somehow it changed me because I felt like I was disadvantaged when I had, that's the only language I could learn. And then, so with time, I stopped, and then we used to be punished speaking our local languages. And, you know, we used to wear this disc. I don't know whether you guys wear those discs in school, but we used to wear this disc. If you're found wearing that, you know, speaking either, you actually were being forced to speak English. And just reflecting on it right now, I think it has destroyed our you know, our culture and the use of our indigenous languages. And what has happened is now, from then on, I kind of felt like I was not supposed to speak my language. I was supposed to speak the English. I was supposed to speak Swahili. And then, so I started perfecting myself in that. And with time, I stopped using my indigenous language. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because there's a dire need right now, even if I like as an author right now, if I had to like write books in my indigenous language, I don't know how my children would read that. Because I have not, like, I lost the language along the way. In fact, I had to like hire a house because I'm married to a different language. So my house is all, we say we are all international. So I had to hire a Kalenjin house out just so that I could also try and remember my language. Because language, you have to speak it you have to practice it. And so the thing is, as an author, I am being challenged right now to think of, okay, so if I was to teach my children the indigenous languages, and so that they can appreciate the culture and we can keep on this culture, what do I need to do? Unfortunately, right now, I'll have to look for a translator to translate some of the books that I have written into local languages. So there is a dire need of like promoting, actually from schools. I know we have teachers here. Can we teach? Can we encourage, you know, the use of local languages instead of punishing our students, you know, disadvantaging them in terms of like using that language. So let's encourage it first, use in school. And then, because it really has a higher retention when it is taught, especially to the young children. And I feel like, and of course now that goes up to the publishers as well. Because in the publishing industry, I think we have very few, because I've been in the publishing industry for over 10 years now. And within that time when I was there, I can remember, I think, a very few books that I did in the indigenous languages. And so if we can have more editors who can actually edit some of these books, and they are trained also to edit such language, because when you translate a book from English to a local language, I remember Jennifer was trying to say something yesterday in a local language. She was trying to communicate something. She was saying, like, there was no way like you can translate something and it just loses a certain meaning, right? So I wish our editors could be trained in such a way that we can still promote our local languages and we can love and go back to these local languages and make more books available. I'm so glad, I think this week on 14th of, on Thursday actually, Zukizo Wana, the writer, actually has launched what we call the African Translation Grant, which is going to promote, like, so she's basically getting grants to promote literature and get those post-colonial languages translated to, you know, to English, and also make them available to the globe. So of course she's doing the other way, like getting the books that were already available in indigenous languages and translating them to English so that they can avail them. But also I saw at least Swahili is one of those books that is going to be part of the books that will be awarded in that translation grant. So such initiatives, I think, are really good in terms of promoting the indigenous languages.
Thank you. And I think you point out how there's a lot of labor to this work, and we need to pay attention to do the work and unlearn what has derailed an opportunity of our indigenous languages within this conversation.
Right, and we really appreciate people like Ngugi wa Thiong'o, may his soul rest in peace, because he's the father of, like, you know, publishing books in Kenya that were really available in our local languages. Of course, in Kikuyu, we have other authors like David Mailu, who also wrote books in, you know, in their local languages. And I feel like we need more of those authors. We need to come up, we need to do more of those books in our local languages.
I think that brings me to my next question also. I think what you're pointing out is then the skills of that editor, the skills of the sector to support, and even the understanding that that's important, which I think we recognize, and how we build that out from those who understand the importance of multilingualism. And on the continent, we do lack enough access to editors, agents, publicists who understand the local contexts. So how do we create and cultivate stronger ecosystems of African publishing professionals? What models of collaboration could make this sustainable? This is a question to all the panel. Kenneth first.
What systems can we employ to make these models?
As we, thinking about skills gap of professionals within the ecosystem of publishing, and even if it's an editor who is even to understand the importance of multilingualism and the opportunities of that within publishing. I think the question is just a broad question around how we build and cultivate ecosystems within the roles of those working in the continent, whether it's small to medium-sized publishing enterprises. What models of collaboration could we look at to build, I think, more engagement with each other to build the market Pan-African?
Well, speaking from wearing my legal hat, I would say that the most important model, I would feel, again, would be if I was approaching it from a copyright perspective. The way that the law exists, it allows people to be able to translate or to adapt already existing work into new forms of work. So if I have a book that's published in English, the law allows another person to be able to translate that book or to adapt that book into a different format or into a different language, but with consent from me, the author or owner of that work. And I think that was a very innovative, since we've been talking about innovation, that was a very innovative or a very progressive way of legislating anything to do with intellectual property in the form of literary works, because that then made it possible for literary works to be able to reach a wider audience, and especially within the context of our communities where either we speak other languages and English supplements the languages that we speak, although even now English, of course, is now for many of us our first language. But the law is, I feel, the best model, because that then, you know, the law does not only punish, but it also protects or can also preserve. And in this way, you introduced this question, looking at it from the context of cultural heritage. And unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have a specific standalone law that protects cultural heritage. It's been difficult to quantify what cultural heritage means and whether one community or even individuals within that community can be able to own or can be able to hold or have rights over what heritage is. But we do know that folklore and any aspects of culture can be codified, at least in the form of a book or in the form of a song. And if these things are then either adapted or changed into another language, then it is possible, or what we are now trying to advocate for, is that those rights should belong to a specific community. If, let's say, it has a custodian, maybe elders in that particular community, or anybody that's set up within that community to be able to enforce those rights. And then those could be the ones that then either give licenses or consent for other people to be able to continue to use this work. But generally, if something exists within the context of a community, within the context of a culture, it is possible for you to then adapt that or to make various translations of that into other cultures or languages. If there is no owner that can be identified, if it is an orphan work or if it is what we call an anonymous work, then the current law as it is you're free to use it. But we do have new amendments to our Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, which now makes it mandatory that if you're going to use a piece of work whose authorship or ownership you don't know, then you can still be able to use it, but with a license from the minister. And so the law is progressive in that regard, in the sense that it is facilitating these multilingual aspects to literary works. And I feel that would be the best model in terms of being able to promote that.
Critical, thank you. And thank you for drawing out the importance of also government support, law policies that can be enabling within this dialogue. Anwuli, Nigeria is a powerhouse of self-publishing, and you've led a lot of fantastic work through your publishing company and also branching into East Africa. What's your comment on furthering this?
Now that's a very tricky question, because we have a very strong trade publishing sector. And yes, there is a lot of self-publishing, but it's as a result of, which is not unusual. Normally what you would find is there will always be a crop of writers who are upcoming, people who maybe haven't found the opportunity and probably write well, some people who don't write well, some people who are writing subject matters that the market is not interested in. So self-publishing, I know, has been presented as a solution, but yes, it does work in cases, because one of the things about the Nigerian publishing industry is, I know that there's a time when Cynthia said something about de-emphasizing the kind of writing. And I do remember that after 1999, and we got into our Fourth Republic, and the likes of Chimamanda, Sefiata emerged, there was an appreciation of, of literary fiction that exploded once again. And so there was a focus. One of the things that has never been popular in our space is nonfiction. Not creative nonfiction, just nonfiction. And so for many years, people just kept on producing, and for a very long time. But in the last 5 years, we have sort of seen a change in the preferences of the audiences. People are now reading creative nonfiction. It's becoming a thing. So we're actually beginning to invest, especially in Narrative Landscape Press. We are investing in creative nonfiction. People are writing pulp fiction, which was actually as a result of the diaspora. We had Nigerian diaspora writing non-literary books, a lot of pop culture books, which has actually translated into our self-publishing, because now we have a lot of people who are writing pulp fiction and they are publishing. Some are good, some are not. And has always been a channel for self-publishing where we discover people who do write. But if you do look at it, a lot of times the people who self-publish actually have a background in writing. So they are, and maybe they hadn't gotten the attention, because trade publishing has a bit of gatekeeping, so that happens. So we do have self-publishing. We do have writers going through that channel, but a lot of them are ending up in the trade publishing because they're going through that route to end up in self-publishing. So I wouldn't necessarily, present it as a solution. I would just say it has always been there, especially when it comes to subject matter and what Nigerians are interested in.
And so in terms of navigating that ecosystem of, as there is the trade and the self-publishing and how the two meet, I think I'm interested in your view on that.
Yes, so thank you to social media and technology. Once upon a time, if you self-published, I would never probably know you existed because you didn't have a presence. But now, one of the things that we always tell authors now is that, look, people don't really care about the book. They do. They like that you're publishing a book, but they really want to engage with you. So that is where you come in, Cynthia. So that's where your views and all the lovely things that you publish on the side and the essays that you publish on the side and the things that you do on the side. So basically being a digital content writer, sorry, I'm facing her, just trying to make a point. So, being a digital content writer, you could be building your career leading to that book. So, so the writer has become the product. So these self-published, are building audiences, and then it catches our attention because publishing is a business. And so we see that you have an audience and we see people who like your work, and we read it and we think there's a little bit of promise in it. Why not? We'll take the risk.
Absolutely, and that leads nicely into my next topic around this opportunity of the future around digital AI and not seeing it as disassociated from publishing. But the work that you're doing, Cynthia, and that opportunity of that spotlight and how we can lean into that. Over to you, Cynthia, around what do you see as, have you got any examples, particularly that have from your work in Uganda with the Digital Rights Association, that you'd like to share that you see are working?
Okay, so something that's also related to your previous question is that I think as Ugandans and as Africans, we need to focus on creating our own systems. The online space is mostly owned by America and the US. When you look at the existing platforms, when you look at Medium, when you look at Substack, etc. But recently in Uganda, we have a company called Muwado, which people use to, it's basically like Substack, but more for our context. And authors are able to publish there and get profits based on ad revenue, and their readers can also directly donate to the writers. And I'm just giving it as an example, but I think it's important that we have these homegrown systems that enable us to build ourselves and both be the reader, the writer, and the profiter within Uganda instead of relying constantly on outside systems. And when it comes, for instance, to self-publishing, there is still a really huge problem with marketing. Most people who self-publish, honestly, at least digitally, they'll write a book, they'll put it on Amazon, they'll tell their family and friends, and 10 people will buy it, and that's the end. I think the different writing groups and societies within Uganda, we need to have a bit of a movement of educating people on how to really sell their work, because something that's very common amongst creatives of all types is that making the work and selling the work are two different things. And if you want to actually have your book known, you have to unfortunately focus on the profit. And as Anwuli said, the writer ends up becoming the product, which can be problematic. You wonder if this is diluting your craft. I don't want this to be about me. I want this to be about the story. I think there are pros and cons to that, but we have to, have that awareness that it's no longer just about making good work. It's about how you sell it, and it's about the systems you create to sell it. Something else that I would like to mention is that I think there is a need to streamline, would I say, the pipeline of writers. In Uganda particularly, so many people study literature in high school and they love it and they read the books. I remember I was really, really into it. I was a president of my high school writers club back then. But there's this huge disconnect that you finish high school and you just leave all of it there. We don't have, in the majority of schools, people that are leading young writers and young creatives into the future of their career. So much of the talent just dies before it's born. Because I'm someone who has been writing for a really long time. My very first published piece, I was 10 years old. But I didn't even think I could make a career out of this until I was 20, And I'm very happy to see that up there we're having a workshop for the high school kids, because I didn't have that when I was in high school, And whether you're talking traditional publishing or digital publishing, it's really important to have that growth of talent and that nurturing of talent, because something everyone knows about writing is that it's an extremely slow thing. It takes forever, to become a half-decent writer, a half-decent storyteller. So unless we put that effort into nurturing the craft from when it's young and not shocking people in their adulthood, we are going to have so many stories that are left behind. And honestly, that breaks my heart.
Sorry, the things that are left on the table that I feel like I have to address. One is the multilingualism, forgive me. How many people here can sing an Afrobeat song? How many people here can hum or know something to an Afrobeat song? Why do you think that you can see some words in Yoruba? Because Yoruba has skilled, or a song in Igbo has skilled. If we're going to look at making multilingualism work, first of all, a lot of our countries, we trade, English is our language of trade. So it makes sense to produce books. But there is an opportunity, and that's how we have to think about it. Not in terms of, heritage is at stake, this is at stake, because the French are selling their work to the Italians, and the Italians are selling their work to the Germans, and they are translating them. Now, even though it's limited, you may create a book in Swahili and I would not understand it. But there is opportunity, I think, in the international market. I think there's an opportunity to translate work into our indigenous languages. Unfortunately, our languages don't scale. We don't have like a central, they speak French everywhere. They speak Swahili, not everybody. I come from a country with 250 tribes. Not everybody speaks my language. So even if I produce a work in Igbo, it is limited to a certain region. And there's even the issue of standards of the language and how it's spelled. Because where I come from, the dialect that I speak is actually different from another dialect of the Igbo. So there are all those issues but we think internationally there is opportunity. There's an opportunity to create that beautiful story in Swahili or whatever language it is, to take it to a local trade fair and to say that this is a story of courage, bravery, and the rest of them. So I think that this, regardless of the limitations, because it has to scale, that is why some of you can sing words of Yoruba and Afro beats sometimes, because it has skill. You don't even know what it means. You just like the song, you like the beat, and you're singing it. And it has to be the case with multiple languages, but there is opportunity in the international market. Sorry, just one last thing. Self-publishing is the reason why that's the problem with self-publishing. It doesn't have the structures to succeed, because you only, number one, you have limited capital, and publishing is capital intensive. You don't have the ability to market. You don't have the ability to distribute. And even when you publish and you put your book there, it's probably going to end up there and die. So people do find this channel, and people do them because they have to do them. But the fact is that with self-publishing, you have to accept that you're going to have limited success because you don't have the capital, you don't have the marketing expertise, you don't have the distribution ability. And so there's only so much you can do as a self-published author. But by becoming the product and being on social media and getting the attention of trade publishers, you can transit from a self-publishing platform. So I would say, focus on your writing. Be a great writer. Put yourself out there and put your work out there, and you would get the attention of a trade publisher. And everything that relates to the capital will be handled by the trade publisher.
But let me just, sorry. Yeah. Of course. Okay, here, back. I think it's interesting, and I really love what you said, Anwuli, like treating yourself as a product and as the writing itself. And I feel like I think we have successful self-published authors, because I don't know how many you can take at Narrative Landscape. I'm sure you receive a lot of manuscripts from self-published authors, and most of these guys will probably, maybe after this, they'll want to get your contacts and send you their manuscripts to publish. Because I think one of the challenges that we've had, and I know yesterday I was questioning the panel here about publishing globally and the opportunities that are there, I think we still have very limited publishers in Africa who can still publish, can support our authors. And one of the things that I really, I think I've seen that self-publishing is possible, only that I think one of the authors in Kenya said, you have to treat your book like a company. It's your company. Like you have to treat it like you need to invest in it. You need to invest in it just the same way you would run a company. We have one of the successful, self-publishers. I think I know one of those. It's called Joan Kenneth, and she's really led a lot. I hope it will work. Yes, perfect. Because of the online viewers, so she has done really well, and she took a step away from her journalism work to focus on her writing and promoting her books. And I know she's also published in Nigeria as well. Actually, one of her novels was first published in Nigeria. So I feel like as much as the self-published authors can be published by trade publishers, there's still very limited opportunities in Africa for them, and we still have to find creative ways to ensure that our voices, your work is also, your work gets out. And that's why I really like what Gen Zs are doing and the young people are doing online, because sometimes I think I support Cynthia in this, because sometimes you don't have to package it into an entire book. Sometimes it can be pieces of blogs, and as long as you can monetize your work, and creatively doing this, even using videos on TikTok and all that, you can monetize and get your money back. So
but that's not traditional publishing.
Sorry?
I think that a lot of times we put ourselves in a, because we're looking at things from a certain place and we think, you know what, they're not doing it better than us. So it's not any different anywhere. There are many writers out there, not just in Africa, in North America and Europe, that are not being published. It's not, but there are 100,000 books that are published every month. 100,000 books. There will always be self-published authors. There will always be traditional publishing. Traditional publishing has a direction, has a point. It helps the careers of people who want to write. It doesn't diminish the person who has decided to self-publish. But self-publishing they have non-fiction imprints, it's only left for you to make sure you invest in your work. And there's always room for anyone to start a publishing imprint, always room. And so if a lot of times self-published writers don't want to go through that route. A lot of times self-published writers don't write good work. So yes, you will find a local audience. You can find a local audience for nonsense. And you can find a local audience for good things.
For sure.
But there is always an audience. But the idea that, we are not, there aren't enough this, there aren't enough that, it's the same problem everywhere. There's self-published writers everywhere. People are publishing every day. Go to Amazon, you will see them. It's not a barrier.
Definitely it's not.
It's just what it is. The way that it is here is the way that it is around the world. It's no difference.
Yeah. And it will always be there. The thing is, I'm just disputing the fact that we don't have to go through a trade publisher to make it.
You don't have to go through a trade. That's why I'm saying that trade publishing serves a function. When we do trade publishing and we say we want to invest in literary works, there's a standard that has been set that I didn't create, that people before, the Ernest Hemingways, Goretti, Jennifer, Irene, there is a standard that we are trying to achieve. We take their work. They don't make a lot of money and they don't get a lot of advances despite what you think. I know. But they do give us. It is their work that makes them recognize your continent.
I agree.
It is your work, it is their work that they put through the award channel, that they recognize that you have talent on a continent. Traditional publishing serves its function, which is why self-publishing, the ones who go through, the likes of them, Colin Hoover and the rest of them, they go through that channel because it is only a trade publisher that can print 2 million, 5 million copies of her book and get it to be interested for film.
A self-publishing writer can't do that on their own. There's no infrastructure. But traditional writers, they serve a function. Traditional publishing, yes, see, there's gatekeeping, but it serves a function.
Yeah,
Can I jump in?
Thank you so much. And to unpick that and to follow that line through, Kenneth, over to you around, I think you wanted to come in, but I think this, I'm really interested to follow this thread because I think it's important around, the Gen Z, the self-publishing trade. And I think I had a previous question about just whether AI across the board and the opportunity it poses for publishing is something that is happening, and how do we prepare ourselves generally for what AI is going to do to all of us? And from a legal perspective, Kenneth, what things do you think we should be thinking about? I think I'd be interested to come back to also what that is, how even trade and self-publishers are going to be interacting within AI as well.
Okay, well, I will start from the self-publishing part. I do agree 100% with Mercy. Like, if I check to see how many independent publishers or how many publishers we have in Uganda, I wrote a book and I tried to publish it. And if I tried to go Anwuli's path of trying to promote this book by branding myself, but the book that I wrote was on meditation and mindfulness. But I'm also an advocate. I'm a legal practitioner. Now, if I branded myself that way, that would mean I leave my profession and become a monk and just, go somewhere so that I keep publishing content every day, be motivated in this way, and mindfulness is this. But I couldn't do that. But I felt my reasons for writing were that I had picked up a lot from this practice, and I wanted to share this with Ugandans in particular, for them to understand that as we grew up without tools or techniques to manage stress or to be able to manage the maladies of growing up, And so, but in publishing that book, I wrote to, I don't know how many people try and say, I think I even wrote to Gority, I don't even think she remembers, asking, where can I publish this book? But everyone was like, okay, this book that you've written, it's not, I can't be able to categorize it or say, okay, maybe this publisher will be able to do it, because publishers will usually publish books of certain genres. And so I think that's where then self-publishing, the only option I had was to self-publish. So maybe after this, because we're on the same panel, I'll come to you. Well, very few. Exactly, but because I don't have, because I don't have.
He would have sold nothing if not.
Yes, indeed, I started somewhere, but then also, at least that book is out there. And maybe because I'm sitting on this panel and we're together, and then maybe after that, then I'll get my book published, but at least there'll be a body of work that I'll be able to say, okay, at least I already had this there, and that. And then, so answering the question on AI, I feel that AI has posed a very big threat to writing. I feel in the next couple of years, it may be difficult to know how many things have been written by AI, how many things have been written by human authors. So the law as it stands is that if AI produces work, you cannot get protection for that work, because AI is not a human author, and intellectual property protects work that is created by a human. And so there are people who have tried to apply, this is like, for example, in the science world, for patents over work that has been created by AI, and those have been denied. And it's only and then of course that means that the law has then made it so that if AI has created something, now you have the permission to be able to say that I'm the one who has created it, because if I don't say that, then the law won't be able to protect this. But then again, that's a big problem, because the more that AI continues to do these things, perhaps the more that we're then just regurgitating the same things, and then that kills creativity, and the discussion is endless in that particular regard. So in Uganda, our law has not yet caught up specifically to AI. We have, like I said, an amendment to our copyright law. Our first copyright law was passed in the 1960s, and then we had The current law that we have was in 2006, and then now we have new amendments, but artificial intelligence still is not included or has not been included in the law. And that's a shame, because as we speak now, of course, most people use AI, and most writers will also use AI to edit their work or to be able to panobit it in a way that would make it possible for the publishers here to be able to publish it.
Thank you.
Can I jump in on that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just very amused because I'm about to talk about copyright, and he's the one who taught me about copyright. This is very full circle for me. Fun fact, he was my intellectual property lecturer when I was in university, so I learned this from him. He's right in that you cannot claim rights over AI-generated work, and I feel like as Ugandans, we are truly taking that for granted. Ugandans have this issue of failing to take legal ownership as a serious thing, because you will make your AI book, you will put it on Amazon, and then you'll realize you can't actually make money off it once someone identifies what it is. And the legal aspects aside, it does dilute the quality of work. There are so many people who are publishing thousands of books. I saw yesterday on X some guy who was posting about how he published over 1,000 books on Amazon through AI, of course, because no human being can do that. And you think about the amount of slop that's going out. Sorry to say that. And to be clear, I'm not like anti-AI as a whole. I think it's less about it being a bad thing and more about us using it in all of the wrong ways. As writers, we have to remember that even if you're writing for money, the most important thing is telling a good story. And storytelling is an inherently human property. A machine cannot tell a story. All a machine can do is regurgitate the stories of others and mash it together in a way that it resembles a new story, but it really isn't. It's, you know, in Greek mythology, Theseus' ship, if you remove all the parts of a ship and replace them with new parts, is it a new ship or is it the same ship? And I don't know, when I worked in marketing, there was a pressure to use AI much more than I was comfortable with. And you'll see that in the world today, I won't even blame people because it's become so culturally, you know, everywhere to a point where you feel like you can't avoid it. However, I think it's important as a writer to draw the line. At what point is it a tool, and at what point am I making someone else write for me? Because it does make you lazy. It absolutely does. And I know this makes me sound very, very old-fashioned, but it's important that your stories come from you. It's important that your stories come from you. And sorry to take us back, but there's something you said earlier about self-publishing, and I would like to say that I do agree with Anwuli. Everyone has their place in our ecosystem, and it's less about being bad and good and more about being different.
And there's a huge opportunity within that. I absolutely agree. To span out and to look at the opportunity of the creative industries, the creative economy in Africa, and tell our own stories. There's a market that globally also wants to consume it. And if we are championing that through whether it's multilingualism and owning it and understanding how to scale, there's examples of success Afrobeats that have done that.
Yeah.
And I think a kind of for the audience and for young writers to understand how we can own our own narratives, own our own stories, and that success of at scale, because we still need with the opportunity to scale in your country with your literature, with your own book, and to have trade within ourselves and then globally. I'm interested in how we can be successful. And I think we need to understand the opportunities of cross-trade, across self-publishing, what is working, what is the opportunity to put that spotlight, and how we have had success through trade, big numbers of publishing that you've drawn attention to, Anwuli.
Rasheeda, so sorry to interrupt, but there's just one thing. About AI, this is not necessarily about writing, but I think it's really important to talk about the environmental impact as well, because before we are writers, we are human beings, even before we're African, before we're anything, we're human, you know? And this is something I always hear it being mentioned last or not at all, but you know, for the average AI generative process, it takes 7 to 8 times the amount of electricity as it does for regular computing. And most of that electricity is coming from fossil fuels. And we are so quick to ignore it and think of it as something that's, you know, in the back of our mind. We imagine it happening far away, but the global south is the biggest sufferer of climate change right now. And I think it's hypocritical of us to continue to do these things that are hurting us, because you walk out today, there are floods in Kampala, there's famine, there's everything going on, and we pretend that it's not related to our actions, but it is. And of course, we can blame the companies who made these things, and I do indeed blame them, but we are their customers. We are the ones who are using the things that they made. And I can't blame someone for driving a car. They have no reason to go there, but you don't need ChatGPT to write your shopping list. You don't.
I just want to say very quickly what we're doing in publishing. So there is a clause in every contract now against using writers' works for LLMs right now. So you can't take a writer's work and you can't put it through a ChatGPT system. So that is what is circulating right now. At least I speak for trade publishing, since self-publishing has rejected me. So trade publishing, that is what we do now, you know. Just very quickly, look, this AI thing, I understand. It's great, it's crazy, it's, you know, but as of January this year, even the likes of them Warren Buffett and the likes of Wall Street said there is no clear leader in the AI game. Like, nobody knows where it's going. The same things, we make claims all the time. AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that, social media is going to do this, social media is going to do that. They will change whatever it is they're going to change. But writing is going to remain writing. You can tell, I can tell. I can really tell when somebody uses AI to write. Fantasy writers use it, and it's a great tool. I use it, it's a great assistant. I use it as an assistant. Yes, it can affect your cognitive thinking if you depend on it a lot. But writers are always going to write. To be very honest, I don't think it's gonna change. The writers who invest in writing, the people I'm quite worried about is the likes of them, Jennifer and Goretti, retire, and then we depend on people who don't invest in being editors and, you know, the chain, what we need in the publishing business, and are not able to recognize when you do not have a real writer who's written something. But so far, right now, if you write something with AI, I can tell. It's just the case. How many books did you sell? Do you have a mental health organization in Uganda?
Do I run one? No.
Do you have?
Yes, we have many mental health
You can sell them through those platforms. You have to tie, which is what it says about marketing. You take your subject matter and you tie, but a lot of times we do not have those kind of, what do you call it? You may write a topic that is usually not very commercially viable, but it can be done by being the product and by tying in and inviting mental health institutions and platforms and speakers so they can buy into the idea of your book and then grow your reputation to make your book interesting, and then you grow your followers, then your copies will increase, and then we'll like you and think you're profitable and publish you.
Well, you're asking me to change my profession. That is the problem.
No, you don't have to.
No, just monetize a franchise.
Can't you be a mental health speaker? You published the book, you put it out there. Obama wrote the first book, My Father's Something. It didn't sell, really, to be very honest. It was after he became president and he wrote the other book. What other book did he write? That other book anyway. And then we loved him, won the Nobel Prize. The books that are selling, you know, it's a process. And please ask Jennifer and Goretti how many rejections they've gotten. Everybody thinks that people who are published and successful in publishing is just easy peasy. They would tell you they probably got like as much as 1,000 rejections. It's just what it is. It's hard. It's not easy, but you know, you have to make it work. Yes, I will not interrupt you anymore.
No, thank you. I'm on that note. I'm going to open it up to the audience. I think it's time, and you've been very attentive. I'll take a round of 3 questions and we'll put a roaming mic. I might need help with the, yeah.
Sorry, thank you for a wonderful panel. Great dynamic between the 4 of you. You couldn't agree. Hi, Rasheeda. But my question goes out to all of you, but it also goes out to Rasheeda, to Goretti. I'm not going to ask you to answer it, but just to, and to Sheila. When we, for the last 10 years that have been published, I've been coming to these festivals, you know, like 4 or 5 a year. And I've noticed that a lot of effort is being put into the writer and the publisher. So a lot of writers are coming up on the continent. And I'm telling you, as somebody who's judged a few contests, writing contests, the amount of writing that is coming out of Africa. So for example, the Commonwealth, when you get something like 7,000 from around the world, 4,000 is Africa. Just Africa. Of course, 1,000 is Nigeria. But, but there's a lot, and I'm telling you, it's good talent. Great talent. It's unbelievable. So we are not really short of writers. And then you come to the publishers. Those are picking up, and they are very innovative as far as I can see. But for some reason, the last person, that's the reader. No one is doing anything about readerships, and yet they are our business. When I was young, there was no mobile phone. I didn't know I needed one. Someone made it. It became important because they created a need. Whoever created it created a need for the mobile phone. Now, when you leave it behind at home, you go back and pick it up. You know, what if you, and that's when I come back to Goretti and I come back to you and the British Council, what if, for goodness sake, we start to focus on the reader as well? Because the reader is in the weed over there, is neglected. What if we say Africa is a reading world? What if we say Kampala reads? You know, what if we just call them and say, okay, this is our market. We are going to put effort into it. And I thought you were coming very close to it when you said, oh, we have a lot of readers in high schools, but they die there. Yeah? So what if we start there and we say, okay, we are going to have a conduit? Because they are your market. They are my market. And goodness me, call me. I know what to do with readers. But we need to start putting money into readerships. And I'm telling you, once we do that, the Dangotes of this world, and they see there's a market for books, you'll be surprised at how much they'll put money into publishing.
If I may just say a little bit about what you've just said now, I think it ties in with what Cynthia is doing in terms of readership, because it ties in as much as possible. Because we do have a culture, in the digital culture, called book talkers and book influencers, and they are so powerful. Like I can speak for Nigeria, they are the ones who make books fly off the shelf. Once a book talker or someone in popular culture says they like a book, it's really, really helpful. And I do agree with you that we should invest in the readership. We have people like, not Dangote by the way, but the UBA Foundation. They publish books, as much as 40,000 books, and they distribute them across Africa to young people in secondary schools. So I do agree with you, but I think that we have a bubbling culture, not even bubble, I think it's really set, where we have the book talkers and the book influencers who are really, 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 the conduit that you speak about for the people who need to read our work. And it's going on online, which is really powerful.
Can I respond to that quickly? So thank you so much, Ms. Makumbi, for saying that. And you're right. You're completely right. You can't have cooks without people who eat. So one equals the other. I think the issue is that specifically in Uganda, the work which would be done is on such a frighteningly large scale that it's hard to see what you would do without government intervention, honestly. I don't want to be that, hey, what about government person? But for instance, in this country, we don't have, a public library system. Something as simple as that, which is in so many places. We don't have things which enable kids in school from that's when they start to read to truly do it. And maybe I would open this up to someone else, is that how can we as maybe companies and private individuals and associations do that, because the amount of reach you would have to do is insane. But when you look at other countries and what they do, it's just really breathtaking. It's amazing. I was in the US a couple of years ago, and how easy it is to read there, like how easy it is to be a reader, how it's baked into the policy, just doesn't compare to back home. And like we often complain about Ugandans and Africans, reading illegally, copyright infringement, downloading ebooks off the dark web, but they wouldn't have to do that if there was a digital public library. You could download the app on your phone, and it would. I was thinking about this the other night. Imagine we had a system where, let's say 100 Ugandan authors come out every year and have their books onto the public system, and let's say you make 1K off every download. You would make so much money at the end of the day, however many times it's read and reread. And maybe your question is bringing more questions from me, honestly, but I do truly agree. We need to start, we are starting from the top down. We have been doing top down for so long, but the same way trickle-down economics doesn't work, trickle-down readership is also not working. We need to start bottom up.
Thank you. My name is Alike from Gulu. My question goes to, with respect, Ojogwu, you refer to the core purpose of traditional publishing. I just want to find out, what is this purpose? Can this purpose be realized through self-publishing? Thank you.
So I want to ask you just a very simple question. What's your favorite book? What's the book that you've ever read that has given you pride? A book that you've ever read that you remember and you thought, this is a well put together product? What book?
I come from a Okot Publitex community, so Lakta for me is really, really quite important.
Sorry?
Lakta.
Yeah.
Lakta is what?
It's a book. It's called Lakta. It's an actually.
I mean, using of Okot Publitex book, even if you talk of Song of Lewin is okay, I'm still a big fan of Okot Publitex, and those are the ones that inspires everything I do as a writer.
Okay, those are local authors.
Yeah.
Were they ever published internationally?
Yes.
Okay.
And translated in 30 languages.
Okay.
33 to be precise.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, traditional publishing is a very aspirational publishing. The idea, there's a lot of ideology that goes into traditional publishing. The first is, we say there's a lot of talent out there, and we want to find the people who make a difference with the way that they think and the way that they write. And there are people, and I'm going to use Ugandan writers, that write and have talent. So when they're in the beginning of their careers, people discover that they are writing, and tell me who Kintu hasn't impacted here, historical fiction. So you find these people, you see the promise that they have, you see the difference that their story will make. Now that's just one part of the chain. Now the other part of the chain are the systems and the people that ensure that what she has done is achieved. So there are people with the editors and everybody else in the chain that help her to realize her vision. There's a lot of gatekeeping. That is what self-publishing lacks. So we take, number one is the talent. We see people who are different. We see people who have talents, and we see people who can make you as Ugandans proud if they came out with a product. Then we put them through the system to help them realize that. And it takes about a year to make sure that a complete manuscript is finished, actually. It may seem laborious, but we have to ensure that the writer is happy. I mean, exaggerate a little bit, but it takes that. And then you take it through all the facets. Then number 3, after you do that, you make sure that it's printed beautifully. So you can get to it and you can see it and say, this is a beautifully produced book. Then you open it and you're like, oh my God, that story. And then we invest in it to make sure that it has people access it. So a lot of times it's the talents that we invest in. It's the same thing with music. Why do you take one musician and don't take the other? Because one creates a certain kind of rhythm that you really love and can relate to. It's the same with writers. They come with ideas. A lot of times, that is what a novel or anything that is created is about the ideas that you see within it. It's about the emotions that you feel. It's about the about being very relatable when you see it. There are people till today who read Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart and say, that is my life. I read somewhere about an Asian girl who read about Okonkwo and said, that is my grandfather. Those are the kind of books that go through systems. Those are the kind of people that we're trying to find. You may think that writing is writing because you're writing a self-publishing book, but a lot of times in trade publishing, they're really trying to find that work that will last a very long time. That is why a lot of times in African publishers, you can find a book, 10 years, we're still selling it. Because we think it's important, because we are still selling it, because we think that writer is important, and we continue to produce their work. So trade publishing is a mission. It's not just to put out books because you're fancy. It's because people, and they are different, writers are different, they are putting out ideas that whether you like it or not, you're reading, absorbing, and it's changing the way you think or feel about many other things. That is as basic as I can say it. So we gatekeep it. Make sure it's a great product. Put money in it and make sure it gets to you so that you can also say that it's a great product. I don't know if I make sense.
Yeah, I just see the economics in what you're talking about. Thank you so much for your answer. I just see the economics in what I talk about. If I were a rich man, would I still be in need of a traditional publisher? Because I can finance, I can market, I can use the money to get whatever brain is in the traditional field and just get my privately published work without having to go through the process.
I'm going to give you a real life example. There is a rich man, a very rich person whose work that we are publishing. But you see, if he did it himself, he would probably put it in bookstores in Nigeria. Maybe he would be able to push it a few places there. But let me tell you one thing that we understand as trade publishers. We understand structure and we have infrastructure. Today, his book, and I don't think anybody knows him in Uganda. His name is Femi Otedola. Does anybody know him? He's one of Nigeria's billionaires. Do you know him? I don't think so, but his book is selling and it's crossed 1,000 in Waterstones and is selling today. Because as publishers, we understand how to sell a book. Number one, we've created a great product. We've put it through the channel. We've given it to editors. We've given it to everything. It's come out. It's a fine book, error-free. You name it. But he's not known. He's a Nigerian, icon. He's a billionaire. Known, according to Forbes, number 27 in the entire world. A really rich man. But what does he have to do with Uganda or anybody else? He's very successful. But the point is that we have created a channel, but he has a story to tell, don't get me wrong. He lost everything. His story is about inspiration. He lost everything, and his story is about how he made it back. But what we've taken and what we've done with what we are able to do is that we put it in Nigeria. We're going to sell it in Kenya. You're going to see it in Uganda because there's requests for Uganda. It's going to be sold in Tanzania, and currently is selling in the US, Australia, Canada, and in the UK in Waterstones. But if he was doing it alone, he would not be able to do it. But I have infrastructure to do that for him. And even if he didn't pay me to do it, I have infrastructure. I use Ingram to do the international distributions. I have Nigeria, and I have other booksellers who help. And I tell them I have a great product, and here it is. Collaborate with me and sell it. If we're a poor person, as many writers are, before they make a little money, that is what is done for them. That is what is done. You don't have to be rich. No, you have to create a good book, a book with ideas. That is what what a books are about. It's not, you create a book, we see talent and we say this can make a difference. Things fall apart can make a difference. Gugi's work, grain of wheat can make a difference. Petal of blood can make a difference. That's what it is. Have you ever read anything aside Petal of Blood that sounds like Petal of Blood? You have? But did you have the same emotional impact as it did when you read Petal of Blood?
A number of books, and I've read great books that I think are considered traditional publishing. I didn't appreciate it as much. And I've really, really fallen for some books that are privately self-published, and I really got hooked to it.
There is no difference. It's not a problem. I'm saying that the essence of what we do is that, number one, it's a mission. If self-publishing isn't able to go through the trade route, it's not demeaning or whatever it is of the self-publishing. There are lots of people who are trying to get published. They just don't go. 100,000 books are published a month overseas. Barnes & Noble only puts 2 books. They have over 3,000 stores. They only put 2 books per store. 2 books per store. It's not a lot of books they put per store, because every month new books are coming out. It's highly competitive. It's not because you're great, you're wonderful, my goodness, there's talent, but there are many people who, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise talent and trying to have you have access to talent. People who produce wonderful work that we think you should have access to. And not everybody will be successful. Not everybody. And that's the truth.
One more question, and then I think I need to draw it to a close.
Thank you. I have only 2 questions, actually. This one goes to author Jennifer. She made an important observation that most of our readership is lacking. Actually, here in Uganda, when we were growing up, there was a lot of reading. But these days, the reading has fallen out. Why? Because the curriculum keeps on changing. After every 5 years, the curriculum changes. And this one has greatly affected the readership, actually from the earliest stage. Now we have people who are reading just for pleasure. But in my days, we used to read every book that was in the library. But today, in most of the primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities, these books are lacking. And secondly, I want to also look at Mase's discussion about Kiswahili. Kiswahili is a good language, and actually, Ugandans love it. But there was a time when actually Kiswahili was used to brutalize Ugandans by the former government. And even if today, it is still being used by the soldiers to brutalize the Ugandans. So I would say that using local languages can be good. But we all know that it will be difficult to sell this kind of books. Why? Because English still remains our number 1 what? Language. Actually, it's like a mother tongue to us. Because even if you write in Uganda, of course, you're going to get a Uganda club reading your book. But if it's in English, I think we should stick with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely remember, just responding on Swahili, I definitely remember that incident, why Swahili was, dying here. But I think that as a symbolism is just to say that you have other local languages, and for us and for you to build that continuity of building the culture and transferring this to our children, I think is to build on the local languages, like the Ugandan languages that you guys are using, so that we can promote a lot of use of that. You don't have to use Swahili for sure. You can, what I'm just saying is that let's not lose that, and let's use that. And it's it's a huge ecosystem actually. So it's the parents, it's the reader, it's the teacher, it's the publisher, it's the author, so it's a whole ecosystem, and it's just a matter of acknowledging it and also ensuring that we don't lose it, but we have authors and books that are available in our local languages. English is still a foreign language, so.
Thank you. I'm aware there might still be a desire for a few more questions. Perhaps I could take 2 more, but then I do want to draw it to a close because we did start from 10. Lady in.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Esther. I live in Uganda, but I come from Kenya. I just wanted to respond to what the gentleman has said now, then I'll add to what I wanted to say. On Swahili, and as she has responded, I've been a teacher, I've been a missionary, I'm a missionary, and so I do so many things with children. And I'm an African on top of that. And so I don't have a problem with English. I don't have a problem if we learn German or French or any other. But we have a culture, we have a tradition, we have our own traditions as Africans, we have our own cultures as Africans. And to add on that, I just wanted to tell my sister from Nigeria. Yeah, we've always had this narrative of, can we do perfect books, perfect things to read? But my question always is, what about the women in the market? What are they supposed to read? Because as you're talking about the billionaire who lost everything and came back, there's a woman in the market who had everything swept away by floods, and they want to come back. They would want to be inspired by that story. So where did they get that story from? Because that is, I think, the narrative that has been going on in Africa. Let us do perfect work, good work, and then these books becomes very expensive for a local human being to access and to read. And I think if we made books, I think when we were growing up, we had these books like Tom and Jerry, several books that were so easy to read, and that promoted the culture of reading. Grandparents, you'd read and say, read for me this line. And as children would just read and say, oh, that's good. And from that, we'd get stories to talk about. And so this time, in this era, in the 21st century, of the 21st century, okay, reading books has been really complicated. And I think it is devastating, if you'd ask me, because I would want everyone to read. And I would want, like the story of the gentleman you're talking about, my story, like written in short forms, like you publishers. You publish something that we can get to primary schools, that we relate to the primary ones. We get something that the preschool child can read, something that a grandparent can read and relate to. Short, with few pages, but it's still a book. It has something that has Africa. I don't have a problem with everything in the world, because that is where we are. But we, at the end of the day, the British, they have their cultures. The Scottish, they uphold their cultures. Why are we perfecting, in quotes, perfecting our culture so that it is so difficult for us to access it? That is how we have made it so difficult for our own people to read. And there's a narrative that goes around saying, if you want to hide something from an African, you hide it in a book. And so when it becomes so perfect, it becomes even so hard for us to read, because the book looks so executive. And as we say in Kenya, Mama Mboga would say, that is for the learned ones. But I would think that reading is very interesting. And our stories and the stories of Americans, we would want to know about these people. And if we got an American author telling us about them in something that is simple, easy, it's nice, and at the same time having all the information that we'd want to ask, I think is a good thing. And maybe just to answer the gentleman who was talking about Swahili, we need a language for Africa, for crying out loud. A language for, I'm not against that, I will say that again, so that I don't sound like I'm a racist or something. But we need something that identifies with us. And if you'd ask me, then I'd want all the books, African books, to be published in Swahili, so that all of us can read. We are trying so hard so that Swahili can be spoken everywhere. And actually in Uganda, Swahili should be an official language or a national language. And as he is saying, not everybody in Uganda speaks English. No. So many of them don't speak. I am a missionary. I go to so many schools. I go to so many markets. I go everywhere. And you're like, what? Simanyi Rusungu, you know? And so we want people to speak a language that we can all hear as Africans. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a question addressed to me that I should answer. And you said, what about the market woman who can't have access to books? I know that I have been presenting publishing like it's some non-profit venture, but really, you know, it all comes down to the economics of it, like he pointed out in a way. But the thing is, so you say there's a language, we should preserve a language. The first thing that occurred to me when you said that market women should have access was I was thinking, if I created a book in the language they understood, would it scale enough to be profitable? Because at the back of that is why you are creating these books. A lot of reasons why a lot of parents buy Harry Potter and Enid Blyton and the rest of them is because to bring them into your country is cheaper, and to sell them, you can sell them for peanuts. So if you produce your own children's book, it would be more expensive than the Enid Blyton that they can buy on the road, or the children's book that they can buy on the road. So yes, access and cost of production are one of the reasons why we are not able to produce books and make sure that everybody, you know, can get a cheap book in their hands to read. But I really, really, really do think that, I know that we have all our limitations in Uganda and Nigeria, but I really think everybody's trying to put their best foot forward to help the reading audience and people to get access to books. Like Cynthia said, you know, there really isn't a lot we can do without government intervention if they created the things and the policies that we needed to help make these books accessible in the languages that we needed them to. But so far, English is a very profitable language to publish and to write in, because if Jennifer wrote a book in English, I can sell it in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and a whole lot of other people. But if I publish it in Swahili, I'd probably just be able to sell it within a certain East Africa, you know, range, which is not a bad thing, but usually it just comes down to the economics of it. Thank you.
Gentleman here.
Hello, my name is Moses Serugo. I'm an arts journalist, and I just wanted to talk about some innovations or just some wild thoughts I was having as the conversation was going on. Jennifer spoke of readers. She's got a book called Manchester Happened. The new English football season is coming up, so I'm just curious to know, is there a possibility of maybe just aligning Manchester United fans with a book, Manchester Happened? And it's just an anthology of short stories, so, you know, there's not that much, you know, of a burden. You getting to read some of these stories. You don't have to read it in its entirety. You can just, you know, pick and choose which stories to read. And then I also read somewhere about, I think it was in Paris, where as people are waiting for trains, they just get to, you know, read off kiosks. They're just, the ticket slip that comes off a kiosk can also come as text. So I don't know how practical that is, but I know there's a Ugandan poet called Sebo Lule, who just has brochure-like or bookmark-like, he has his poems published on bookmarks, kind of, and then he charges only 2,000 shillings for that, which is like $50. You know, so to speak. So people get to read his poems, only that they are in Luganda and also want to come to Luganda, because we're speaking about Swahili, but we need to appreciate that Luganda is the lingua franca in this country. It's the region that has assimilated the most people. 70% of the economy is in Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono, and Entebbe. So we need to appreciate that a lot of publishing maybe also has to happen in Uganda. Since most of the songs are also in Uganda, it's really the language of pop culture. And there is, when Jennifer Musisi was the executive director of KCCA, she was so big on on Dear Day, drop everything and read day, I think. And someone spoke about the public libraries and all that, but she drew attention to the fact that yes, we do have a public library in Kampala, in as much as the others have turned into malls and arcades. So I guess we need to engage more with the city authority, and I don't even know why they're not sponsors or partners for this Lit Fest. And yeah, flash fiction. No one has spoken about flash fiction, because I remember buying a book called 81 Words, and the writers were willing to just publish stories in 81 words. So these are some of the ways we can encourage reading, I guess. And yes, also the schools, because I remember when I was at St. Mary's College, when you joined S1, they would give you a reading list of about 20 books that you had to read. They were not examinable, but they were just meant to improve your English language proficiency. So yes, I'm very big on the reader. We need to focus on the reader, but then we need to find innovative ways of also baiting the reader. Thank you.
Yes. I don't know if there's a member of the panel who wants to comment on the question, but I would just comment that I know Sebulule's work, and it's really great, and I see what he's innovating within making Luganda accessible. Just that simplicity of the bookmark, the zine, a 2,000 shilling offering, accompanying his career as a performance poet in Luganda, and I really like that. And I think that there's ways that, that simple act of invitation has brought more attention to his published work as well. So I think that's welcomed.
Just to add on that, I think one of the things that I also like is that, I don't know here in Uganda, but also like for us in Kenya, when you spend a lot of time in traffic in the morning, one of the things that I love doing is I think there's a page called Writers FM, where they have, it's short stories, basically with very short films. So you get to watch a film, but it's actually a fiction story. So I think one of the innovative ways is what Cynthia was saying, also going to where the reader is. Where does the reader spend a lot of time? So if they are spending, because I saw, according to the UNESCO report, I think, in Uganda, I think we have an uptake of over 80% of the population is using the internet. So if more readers are using the internet, can we be more innovative in providing also these stories in other formats, like in audio, in these short films, that if I go to TikTok, for example, and the video that comes through, I can actually read the story through that. So I think also we have to think of how we can get to the reader and where does the reader spend a lot of time, so that we can be innovative to make sure that we are also occupying that particular space.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened with Zimbabwe's success with WhatsApp, publishing through WhatsApp,
Yes, for sure.
publishing.
Oh yeah, you should have the license, of course, to read the story. And I think, of course, I know Kenneth can talk about that a lot as far as license and copyright is concerned. But yes, yeah, that's really important. And but I know that the author can really monetize that online. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there's one burning question, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Yakub. I'm writing in residence at the Africa Writers Trust. I have two questions for Cynthia and Kenneth. I think they have not spoken. The first one is for Cynthia. Self-publishing for local audience or for free seems to be one way of empowering the readers. Personally, I grew up watching movies. Either they were pirated or they were maybe for local audience. So my question for Cynthia is, which is more important, the money or the views? When you look at now someone like Mr. Beast and how the world is now more about the views.
Sorry, the money or the?
Or the views. Because now, like Mr. Beast, anyway, in the world of content creators and how they are monetizing. My question for Mr. Kenneth is with AI being everywhere. I'm a medical doctor, also by profession, but I know currently even medical students are not studying the way we were studying in those days. The guys are just using ChatGPT at word rounds, even when they were supposed to not do it. So how can we optimize AI, not through sentimentality, but through real ways? Because, I mean, it is here, and how can we benefit from it? Because people are still going to do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Oh, there's another one. I request that we give the mic to this gentleman in blue and green. I've seen him putting his hand up so much, and I feel bad.
Oh, thank you very much, Cynthia. You've been seeing my hand. I am William Taibu. I'm the managing editor of the Makerere University Press, and our stall have been out there. Thank you very much, Rasheeda, for the questions, the themes, and this wonderful panel, because every single word that has been spoken by every member here speaks to the issues that we've been grappling with as a publisher. So we are an academic publisher, which means that the issues that you are speaking to, Anwuli, of traditional publishing, that's our bread and butter. So basically the book has to go through the rigorous peer review process and so on and so on, and in every topic, on every theme. Right now we are handling 15 projects, pre-press, from quantum mechanics to veterinary medicine, but more so to one of the issues you've been speaking to, the issue of languages. So the most recent project that came out 2 weeks ago is in a local language, in Luo. So my brother there in the corner, a book by one of the professors, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Lira University. So it's in Luo. And yeah, in Luo. Yes. I think a colleague of my sister here, so Professor Okaka Dokotum. So that's very important. And my colleague, I'm from journalism, print journalism, and I'm a professor of journalism. So Moses, we worked together several years ago, and he's speaking to the issue of local language. Very interesting that actually in Uganda, the highest circulating newspaper is called Bukedde. Same with for television and so on. So that really is very important. The issue of local language and publishing local languages is absolutely critical. And finally, really minor comments. When you speak about self-publishing, it's very crazy that I get so many. I'm an academic publisher, okay? So clear, all the books have to go through the rigorous processes that we take our book through. Interesting thing is number one, my best-selling book, one of our colleagues is a professor of philosophy, but he writes satire. So Dr. Jimmy Spire Sentongo, I think very many of you know this publisher. So is the bestseller. Satire is my best-selling books. And they are available, by the way, in the souvenir shop. Before you leave Uganda, you can pick some of these books. The second issue is that most of the people who are coming to me right now are self-publishers. So they've heard about the Makerere University Press, they want the name, but they are self-published. So they come with the book, it's done. And they're like, oh, we are here. I'm like, okay, that's very interesting, but I'm a publisher. I'm not you can go to the university printer, Makerere University printer to print your book, but I'm a publisher, I have to keep your work. And they find that very disturbing. And finally, I'm now speaking to Cynthia because she fought for me too. This semester I'm teaching a course on digital journalism and communication. And every word, you know, that comes out of Cynthia's mouth is speaking to exactly the issues we are grappling with, from AI in publishing and the tools that we are using now in our world and in our space, and the issue of marketing. And I love the fact that all of you spoke to this very strongly. Yes, it's very important to have this wonderful story out there, but if this story is not read and reached, then that becomes a problem. So mainly for me, I see many of you as guest lecturers in my classes. I look forward to inviting you. These days it's very easy. We just do Zoom, and you can speak to most of the issues that have not been completed here. Cynthia, thank you for fighting for me. And mine were not questions, but just comments. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So let me, let me respond to both the questions. The first one, what is more important, money or views? On the micro scale, it depends on the person. It depends on the author, really. There are people who have their money, but for them, they want to be read. There are people who want to be read, but the money is more important. I really can't give that as an answer. It depends on you. Me personally, when I just started writing in university, because I was a student, I wanted to first get views, but as of right now, man, I need money. So it also changes per person. But on the macro scale of, Uganda as a society, it's important that they walk hand in hand. We shouldn't have to sacrifice one for the other. And I feel like we have been doing that for far too long. We need to reach a point whereby writing is both widespread but also economically viable, and that's where we come back to innovation and new ways of putting our stories out there so that you can actually make money from it. I was telling Mercy earlier before we came onto stage that I find that digital realm is far more monetizable than traditional publishing because there's so many ways that you can do it. I found people being paid to write all sorts of things. I don't know if any of you know David Kanje. He runs a popular blog. Right now, his bread and butter is writing profiles of people, like literally that. The way you hear it, you're like, right now my main job, I'm a comm specialist, but you know why they hired me? They were like, we're hiring you for your storytelling ability because I've been blogging for 6 years. That's how it translated into a marketable thing for me. So as I said in the beginning, we should stop looking at writing as one thing, as just physical books we hold in our hands. But sorry for the point, but that blog post is writing, that tweet is writing, that billboard is writing, that these words on the Renzori bottle were written by a product writer who was paid to do that. The person who wrote this was paid to do that. None of these words spring up from the air. None of them come for free. So by looking beyond just the traditional way, we can get to combine views with money. Yeah. Then to William, I would look forward to being a guest lecturer in your class. And let's talk after this, I suppose. But I do agree with the points that you made. And for us at Uganda Digital Writers Association, when I was making it, something that was important to me was to focus on the career aspect of writing. There are so many groups that focus on the craft of it, which of course is important, but we need to look at all these other little things. How do you, like, we do expenses most weeks. How do you self-brand as a writer? How do you market yourself? How do you do your taxes? How do you invoice? How do you deal with clients? These are things we don't talk about, but if you want to actually make a living from this, you need to stop looking at it as only a craft, but also a business. We need to look at it as a profession in the way you hear the word profession, But yeah, thank you for the questions. I think I'll hand over to you. He had a question for you as well.
Yes, the question on AI. Okay. Well, this is something that we had already discussed, but just briefly, AI it has the potential to change so many things, so many disciplines, but like you've rightly said, it is scary to hear that a budding doctor, you will take a shortcut to be able to answer a question based on ChatGPT. So that means later on when they're in practice, if I am going for surgery before this man, will he make sure he has his phone on the side first, ask ChatGPT, okay, now what do I cut? How do I do this? And I feel in every discipline, so as a teacher, this is something that we are facing. We find that most students are submitting dissertations that have been AI generated. Most students will submit coursework that's been AI generated. As an advocate, we find that many of our associates, many of the young lawyers in particular, you give them a legal brief and the answer will be AI generated. And so I really associate myself with what Anwuli here mentioned. It is easy to see or to tell work that is AI generated, but it's becoming even more difficult now because now people are learning how these tools work, and it's become difficult as the seasons go by, as the years go by, to be able to distinguish with certainty that this work has been created by a human being or this work has been created by AI. So for me, my answer is regulation. I feel that for a technology like that, it is true that we don't know where it is going to go, but for some things that you're seeing have the potential for destruction, I feel that's where regulation comes in. It was not a no-brainer, for example, to regulate atomic energy, because whether it can be used on the side of renewable energy or on the side of destruction in war, to forestall anything like that, regulation is what I feel would be our saving grace. So for artificial intelligence, I would say it is important to regulate its use cases, and perhaps even for universities and other professional bodies, it's important to be able to then give guidance, like sorts of codes of conduct to determine how AI should be used responsibly. I'm glad that in your contracts as publishers, you now make it mandatory, or you stop authors from incorporating or from using work that they have put through these systems and then they call it their own, or they create other pieces of work. So these are practical ways that AI can be stopped from causing problems, or these issues for them to become as prevalent as we think they would be if there was no one saying, look, let's first use these tools responsibly, and let's make sure that we can still be able to leverage them, but in a way that does not change or create new habits. As human beings, we thrive on processes. How we live, how we act, all of these are processes. These are habits. And so it's very, very possible that we are now creating these new habits by using AI in everything that we do, and that also includes our reasoning and our thinking, and that, I think, would have far-reaching implications in as far as how we carry out our professions. Thank you.
Sir, can I just add something to what she said, just very quickly? Cynthia speaks a lot to writing and the potential and opportunities, of writing. I want to emphasize that it is also important that you develop a niche if you're going to write. Like, one of the people I've always admired is this handsome man right in front of me, Mr. James Moore. He's a literary critic and he's been invested. He has a website called Writing Africa that he's had for 15 years. 3 years. 12 years. He's had for 12 years, and he's made massive, but when you're calling the sites, the platforms that promote literature and are always, on top of what is happening in literature, Mr. Moroa's platform is, and that's because he's known for. If tomorrow I hear that he's writing about politics on Writing Africa, I'll be kind of worried because I don't know where he's coming from. So I think that one of the things that grows your audience and your interest is your niche. As she said, craft is important because, as our editor-in-chief of the Makerere Press has said, satire is one of the things that interests people. So people has seen a trend that people do like satire for a reason. So he will produce more books in that, and writers will write in that. But if you're a general writer, you will likely struggle. But if you find a niche in your writing, you will gradually grow. Market yourself, like she said, is very important. And then you would, make the views and the other things that are important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I ask for a round of applause for our wonderful panel? Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be in dialogue with you, and thank you so much to you, the audience. And there is another afternoon. We continue. I can see even Sebulule is out there with his stall. Enjoy Clarlit Festival, and we're still here if there are any other, if you want to have more one-on-one conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Another round of applause for the panel. Yes, they've done a good job, and for that we are very grateful. So we've come to the end of this session, and we are going to be starting an open conversation about the role of book clubs at exactly 1. And there is some good news. You people are very, very lucky. We are offering you free lunch. Free lunch with a drink. Yes. So we are going to be offering you free lunch, but in the meantime, please interact and please buy from the vendors. We have many vendors here selling their books. Kindly buy and give back to us, since we are giving you a lot already. Okay, see you at 1 p.m.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close.
Just a little bit of more information. The lunch will be served after the open discussion. It's going to be right there. We're going to just walk through the back door, and the tables are already set, but we first have to do the open discussion, and then we can have our lunch. Yes, thank you.
All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel the good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say.
Machozi nayotubu, mimi naijazwa nahitaji hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. What about the dreams? What about the fairy tales? Is there anything left to say now? Everybody's got a different picture now, but I won't let them get me down. Living around the lies and the things they do is not about to make me change my mind again. We've come from so far, and I ain't about to give it all away. Yeah, yeah. Mimi naijazwa nahitaji hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. Machozi nayotubu, mimi naijazwa nahitaji hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. Every time I talk to you, it seems a crime. Another's gonna find another tale to tell. Living on the brink is not an easy thing, but I hold on cause you're with me. Standing on the ground, taking up a brow, singing it, living on the edge, baby, I'm about to pop, pop, pop. We stand a bigger chance, and I believe we'll make it through the rain. Mimi naijazwa nahitaji hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. Hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. Time alone we tell everything I'm in. What we got is something we should live to tell. Baby, take my hand, let me through the trench. Meant for us to chill. So let me make a sweet, let me make a turn strike. Sun's coming up and I'ma pull the shots. What? I'ma pull the shots. Sun's coming up and I'ma pull the shots. Mimi naijazwa nahitaji my heart kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni. Mimi naijazwa nahitaji hitaji la kuwa na wewe, nikubali nikuweke moyoni.
So baby, why not about me? Yeah. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, on the low.
killing me. Got you really about it, what you're hiding. Talk is cheap, so show me that you understand I like it. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from it? I don't wanna wait. Don't take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body, whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. Hopefully, you can last all night, don't get too excited. Ooh, privacy. You ain't gotta go nowhere, you can stay inside it. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from it? I don't wanna wait. Don't take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body, whole body.
Hi everyone. Hello. Hi everyone. Our panel is about to begin in the next 2 minutes. Please gather around. Anyone outside, the panel is about to begin. Please come in. Let's convene in the auditorium. The next panel is about to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the next the next open conversation is going to be centered around the role of book clubs in building a thriving literary community. And can I have the panelists and the moderator come up? So we are going to have Dafin Kakoza Nampija, Jonathan Kimara, and Sheila. And our moderator will be Wendy Njoroge from Somanami Books. Okay, I think that's our panel. I'm going to hand over to you, Wendy.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. Good afternoon, Kampala. Okay, I need more energy. I know we were promised lunch, and I hope you've eaten it. So let's say good afternoon like we have something in our stomach. Good afternoon, Kampala. Oh, that's much, much, much better. I always try and inject some energy just before book club, which is a thing I've been doing. I've been moderating book clubs for maybe over the last 10 years, give or take. So welcome to this panel, which is titled The Role of Book Clubs in Building a Thriving Literary Community. We've had a lot from publishers, from authors, from academics, but truth be told, books would not be what they are without an audience, without the reader. So I'm glad that we've all made it here to listen to this panel, and I'm joined on stage by Dafin Kuza. Please forgive me if I murder your really beautiful names. I forgive everyone who calls me Njorogi. It's Njoroge. I know the G's, you slide over it. So Dafin is a teacher of English and literature and a graduate of Makerere University. So we are in your home. Her journey began when she joined the African Writers Trust as an intern, an experience that has deepened her appreciation for books and the value of literary communities. So she currently works with Tubaze African Books as a bookstore operations coordinator and serves as a coordinator for Tubaze Book Club. Also on, thank you. Also on stage is Kimara Jonathan, extreme end and the only gentleman on stage. Jonathan is a multidisciplinary creative, a visual artist, designer, and writer. His work stands at the intersection of design, storytelling, and community exploring visual communication, user experiences, and socially engaged art, often rooted in East African roots context. So he facilitates the Kampala chapter of No Name Book Club, and he'll tell us a little bit about that. Lastly, Sheila, thank you. Lastly, we have Sheila Ajok Lubangakene, who has over 19 years of experience in public relations across Uganda's telecom, public health, human rights, and aviation sectors. She's a seasoned communication professional, but she's joining us on stage because she is a chairperson of Growth Lane Book Club, which is based in Entebbe. She's also a writer, and her play has been staged. She's won an award. These bios are long, but I'm trying to just give you a glimpse of who we have on stage. And my name is Wendy Njoroge. I came across book clubs in a very interesting way, and I'll tell you this story. So listen up. So a while back, maybe about 12 years ago, I was looking for work, and I went to an interview room of one of the big bookstore chains in Kenya. They're called Textbook Center. They were looking for somebody in marketing. I have a background in marketing. So I went there, and how as an interviewee, you answer everything in the affirmative. Can you handle pressure? Yes. Can you work overtime? Yes. So they asked me some questions, and I said, why don't you guys have a book club? You are the biggest bookstore chain and you deal with readers all the time. And my interviewer said, okay, should we hire you? Then that's going to be your first deliverable on the job. Mind you, I'd never been to a book club. I'd never sat on one. I had no clue what. So, but with the audacity of an ignorant person, I said yes. And over time, I figured out the mechanics, how to select books, how to keep people interested. And long story short, that experience of starting a book club went on to be one of the biggest corporate-sponsored book clubs in Kenya with over 3,000 people. Would set the trends in terms of what's selling, what's the best selling in the bookstores. And most interestingly, it led me down a path of entrepreneurship. I currently run a bookstore that I co-founded. It's called Somanami Books. And we've gone on to get other book babies, like a book fair called the African Book Fair, which is in its 3rd year, and now publishing. So what started as a yes to a book club has become such a rolling stone in my life over the last 10 years. So that's my long story of my experience with book clubs. So as you can see, this is a topic that's really near and dear and close to my heart. But I'm just the moderator, so they'll do the most of the talking. And maybe I can start off with Dafin, who I deal with from time to time as part of Tubaze bookstore. And I'd just like to ask you, like, how do you see Tubaze Book Club, fitting into the literary ecosystem? And what was the inspiration for, a bookstore to start a book club?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dafin, and I work at Tubaze African Books that came up with an idea and started a book club called the Tubaze Book Club. First and foremost, the word Tubaze means let's speak. So when we began Tubaze African Books, Tubaze Book Club was not in existence. So last year October, when I started working for the Tubaze African Books, my boss had an idea of the 3 of us. We are 3 girls in the room, in the office, and then he said we would just be reading for ourselves, just to entice us, just to keep us updated. Reading is very hard when you're doing it alone and you have no motive behind reading. It becomes tiresome, it becomes boring. At times you're taken up by office work, you're busy, you have a very busy schedule, and then you just cannot read and keep yourself updated with the literally trends or the work that is trending. But she said, we shall just start our book club, and then we shall just meet once a month and then just read to ourselves. We will put it out there. In case no one comes, it is okay. We will just read. And then the first time we put up a post, it was in November. Our first meeting was on November 28th, I remember. We had people come up and we were just excited. Actually, our first book we're doing was Nearly All Men in Lagos Are Mad by Kuku. And then we were just surprised, But it was an idea that began as a joke, as an office thing. We just wanted to read for ourselves, keep ourselves motivated, keep ourselves updated, because we deal in books and there is no way you're going to sell books that you don't know what is inside. You cannot sell a book to a person and then a person asks you, okay, what is in this book? And they're just like, oh, it is a book. It is interesting. Just, just take a book and read. No. You need to be knowing what is inside. You need to be knowing the style. You need to be knowing the language. You need to be knowing what is the content in case someone wants to know. And then you're also updated. So it was an idea that began. But then when we put it out there, it became a thing. And then, because that is how it came up. And then there is a second question asked me, can I have...
No, that's fine. I think you've kind of also answered how you see it fitting into, the ecosystem. So maybe I can just, by a show of hands in the room, how many people are in a book club? We could be talking to people and they, ooh, okay, this is nice. If you're not in a book club, I'm not judging you, but I'm hoping at the end of this, you'll be inspired to start one, right? And Tuvaze seems to have an open call for theirs. Jonathan, you ran the Kampala chapter of No Name Book Club. Could you tell us a little bit about, what the No Name Book Club is, and what does a chapter look like, and how has that been being part of a big book club movement, a global movement? How does that look like on a local in a local setting?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm by name Kimara Jonathan, student at Magara School of Industry and Fine Arts. So, for some context, No Name Book Club was started by rapper Fatima Warner, or No Name as she might be known to a few of you. Now, the book club is basically an abolitionist community that pioneers Black voices. So you find that on the basis of our readings, they are very rotational, and they are, like I said, primarily stemmed from Black voices, writers in the diaspora, and yes, a few local authors here and there. In regards to what it means or what being in an international chapter facilitates, it's quite interesting because we have a lot of perspectives, very ranged perspectives from people as far as Haiti, people in West Africa, and yeah, quite frankly, I can say you get to experience the shifts in perspectives each and every time we meet because we're exposed to all that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. How long the No Name chapter in Uganda, in Kampala? And are you taking new members?
Oh yes, we are taking new members. We started in April with our first book being A Small Place by Jamaica Kincaid. Then Africa is Not a Country by Dipio, Homegoing by Yagasi, Quick Crack by Edwidge Danticat, and for the month of August, we are doing Decolonizing the Mind by the late Mzi Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. So if you didn't raise your hand, we have found you two potential book clubs that you can pursue after this.
Just a second.
Yeah.
We meet every last Tuesday of the month at 32 East in Kabalagala, 32 East Art Center. So feel free to join us. We run from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. It's a very open and inviting environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. I think the thing about starting a book club that sometimes you have to think about, or even joining a book club, is what are they going to be reading about? So somebody had, the previous panel mentioned about niche writing. There's also something to be said about niche reading, right? Because we are all interested in such diverse things in life and, over time. So again, when you're joining maybe a book club or starting a book club, those are questions that you could be asking yourself, like, what are these people reading? And Sheila Growth Lane Book Club suggests a certain kind of leaning. So is it, maybe you can tell us about why you started, why the name, and what your experience has been in terms of getting people interested in joining the kind of book club you've set up.
Okay, thank you so much. Growth Lane Book Club is based in Entebbe, and we meet every last Saturday of the month. What we do is we have a rotational selection of books from the members. We sometimes also vote for the book of the month and then get to sit down and review it. Ours is diverse. It has a diverse age group, right from the young adults all the way to the seniors. So we have such a diverse kind of membership, and we are big on hosting Ugandan authors. We have hosted quite a number of authors, most recently in April, the late Honorable Rhoda Kalema, where we reviewed her book, My Life is But a Weaving. So the reason we want to involve Ugandan authors is because we feel we need to talk more about what is not even in the book. Because most of these conversations are very revealing, and they actually get the author to tell us in detail the writing process, the challenges they face, the benefits they have gained, what it takes to self-publish, what it takes to have a publisher, what are the costs involved. So we want to encourage the young people especially to get interested in writing books, and that's the reason we call it Growth Lane, because when you read books, you get wiser. I like saying when you read, you become clever. It's a word I always tell the members. Reading makes you clever, because you can have conversations with anybody you meet from any part of the world because you've read something about their country. So Growth Lane started in 2022, and over the past 3 years, we've really grown, especially in matters of our country, the history of our country. But we've also read books from across Africa, from out of Africa. We've appreciated what it took and the resilience that the slaves, especially books like River Sing Me Home, books like The Underground Railroad. So there is so much that you learn, and there's so much that you actually pick from reading books. And the thing about consistency and resilience, especially young people who want to get into political spaces, when they get to see how the seniors fought for rights, fought for people, they understand that it's all about sacrifice, and it's not like a one-day thing. We are going to protest, just like in your country, Mandamano, we are going to go out into the street and we get our justice and we get our rights done. It takes a process. It's a journey of fighting. So I like the growth, especially for the members. I like what is happening in spaces where people are getting to be more creative. We have members who are now doing production. They are getting plays up on the stage. They are getting to write books. They're getting to write more, but they're also getting to read and understand just because of that commitment of one book every month. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think once we leave, or even while we're in formal schooling, there's a lot to be said about the value of, always learning. And I think a book club kind of provides structure in your life, whether you're interested in certain things or just understanding the world or history or all those subjects. So thank you so much, Growth Lane, for providing a living, breathing classroom for the people of Entebbe. Daphne, I think this question is for you because from a bookseller, I'm a bit biased in terms of, wanting a book club because, of course, I want people to read books so that then I can have books to sell. But I'm curious to know whether from your experience working in a bookstore and also that bookstore sponsoring a book club, whether you've seen readers make a book popular, whether the books that, the book club selects have any bearing on on the sales of a bookstore, and whether which comes first? Are you proposing a popular book, or you've seen a book take off as a result of it being in the book club?
Okay. We do rotational selection of books, and we do rotational hosting. It's not a one-person thing, that it is only the coordinator to host and to select. Just like Jonathan said, we meet every last Saturday of the month, and then we select a book on that very last Saturday, and then the host puts up a list for vetting, and then when those books are vetted, then there's one book is selected and it is read for the month, and then we meet, we discuss. So for us, every person has their own preferences and their own style and their books they would like us to read. So a person brings a list. it's our duty to have a book or look for the book as a bookshop, but not as a book club. What made us, I think what makes us separate the two is we put a book club different from the bookstore. Yes, we don't want to force what we want to sell on the book club members. So it helps us. And in terms of sales, when a book club selects a book, of course the sales go up, but also it helps us market a book. When the book club members read a book and they find it better, then they start the recommendation. They start recommending a book, and then you hear people coming. When you read a book, for example, we are reading the Book of Memory this month, and we are meeting. So we've been having people asking for the Book of Memory throughout the month, because when a book club member reads a book and then they recommend it, then the sales go up. Yeah, it's basically when they come, choose a book and select, and then when they read it and recommend it, we get the sales. Yeah, so the book club comes first before the sales or the hyping of the sales for the book. Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Jonathan, you're in a book club that has a bit of a different structure in the sense that your selections are determined from like a global scale, if I can say that. But also it's a book club that has a very clear political leaning. So I'm curious to know how you've seen either the selection of books that the book club has selected has had any effect in terms of the books that are either stocked, or how your members are able to access the books that are selected from a global perspective locally.
It's quite tricky having most of our book picks availed locally, because you find that it's really hard to have people reading more specifically into West African literature. So in most cases, we have to do imports. Our books usually come from Nairobi if they're available, or sometimes they'd have to come from Lagos. So we source them from Mahiri books. Yeah, that's how we're able to access the books. And for those that are available locally, we often encourage our readers to buy a few.
Great. Okay. The thing with book clubs is you can start, but how do you keep going? Yeah. As life comes in the, with its own demands, or some people travel, or they leave the city, or they get babies, or, or they lose their interest in reading. So I just want to hear from you, Sheila. How have you been able to keep the book club thriving? What are some of the top 3 things that you would recommend anybody in the room who's interested, not to just start, but to keep a book club going?
Yeah, it hasn't been easy, because going back to 2022 and the membership, the very active members currently, some have transitioned. Of course, what you're saying is true. People leave the country, people lose interest. There's some who join the book club first to push a specific agenda. Probably they're standing for a political position in the community. Then there are others who will come because you're hosting one of their favorite authors, like Dr. Spire, the satirical author they talked about. So you'll have huge numbers together with guests coming for that session. Or you're hosting a very prominent person, for example, the Prime Minister of the Buganda Kingdom. So of course, that will come with pomp, that will come with video coverage, that will come with television coverage, because they move along with their media teams. So you'll have even the leaders in the group want to show face, because, this is the Prime Minister of the Buganda Kingdom coming, and this is the community that he serves, and I am a loyal to the kingdom. So we've had to rotate, especially leadership, and even the rotation of roles is very key. And when someone is asked to select a book, you're expected to facilitate the discussion. You're expected to encourage members to join. You're asked to come along with a guest. Then we are also big on our socials. We have a very active Twitter page where we push the flyer, because every month we make a flyer that shows the book that we're reading, a short note about the book, and it has helped generate more members to come. Then different genres. There are people who love certain books. There are people who love fiction. There are people who love autobiographies and biographies. Then there are people who have been, of course, forced to read books they never ever thought they would have read. I have members who said, this was never my kind of genre, but you've made me read an autobiography. Like, I would never hold an autobiography. I just feel some of the authors leave out a lot that we should have heard about them. I think people just compare too much. That's the thing about readers. The other con about readers. We read too much, and we're even able to predict the ending of the book. So you pick up that book having a lot of expectations, and if the expectations are not met, you will definitely have to complain that I feel the reader left out a lot about this. They should tell us a lot, because we see it even when we are hosting the authors. There are people who are so pushy and they try to be intrusive and they are going beyond the boundaries, and you see the author is getting uncomfortable. So we usually encourage members to be sensitive, especially where you're speaking about something very personal that is not written in the book. And also there are things that are too revealing and you wouldn't want it talked about in the book. So the membership has been about involving members through selection of books and facilitation, then also hosting authors we feel should be heard, especially about the topics they have read. We have also gone to other parts of the country, especially to visit the senior authors in the society. There's one called Professor Edward Rugumayo, where we traveled all the way to Fort Poto in Western Uganda to visit him and also talk about his book. Now that was really personal because he felt so touched and he couldn't believe that ever since he had left office, people had made the journey and the time to come and talk to him. And this was a very prominent leader in the country, highly respected, and I felt this was such a good thing we did as the Growth Lane Book Club. But it was also important for the young generation to see that there are people who actually had this country at heart, right from the 1970s and even earlier than that. And they made decisions that made us at least have a system that works politically and also socially. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I think that's the magic of a book club. You know, sometimes you start with something and then it morphs into this whole other thing that also means so much, not just for the people there, but other people that you're able to touch with your actions. For Dafin, for a book club that's sponsored by a bookstore, how do you make the members, I like that you said your selections are largely guided by the book club and not the bookstore's interest. But how do you make people feel part of a community and, you know, like they own it and they're not just coming for a meeting and, you know, that they are part of this?
Okay. First, we offer refreshments. Yes, it is something we took on because we realized when people come, at times they you know, they're in a rush. We meet every last Saturday and it is from 2 to 4. So some people have not had lunch, some people are coming from work, some people are coming from gym. So most of the times we offer refreshments. So when a person comes and then they get the refreshments, they're like, oh, I'm at home, I can settle for the whole evening, you know. I can even go back at 7, at 8, it is okay. So the refreshments have been a very good help. I will not say Uganda is a country where we love food, but I think food just wakes up our mind. I don't know, it makes it active. So people are always active, people are always attentive, you know. So the next thing has been following up in the lives of these people. I will say because I do it, I take an initiative to follow up on every person's life. Like we have Yvonne Izabi in our book club, and she's been, you know, writing, she has been in competition. So every time she, you know, she gets a milestone, she reaches a milestone, she achieves something, we just want to say, congratulations, you know, make a post and say, we are proud of you. There is a way people feel, there is a way they come back with the response and you're like, they feel at peace. They feel this is a family, not just a book club. And then celebrating birthdays. You know, these are very small things that matter. We are in a book, and then someone, you say a post on their pages, you know, saying, today is my birthday, and then you just come up and say, we wish you the very best. We are proud you are in this. We are proud you're part of this group. There is a way people feel, you know, they are loved. They are treasured. They're not just being used and then dumped. It is, okay, it has been a thing for me just to make people, it has been a thing for us just to make people laugh, just to treasure their presence, you know. Some of our members have been here and some people have not been able to make it for the Literature Festival. And then the book club members said, please, can you get videos? I saw a video of over 1.5 GB, a video of over 3.5 GB. They were taking videos and then sending them for them to be part, you know, virtually. So it has been amazing. And also, the other thing is, we don't only discuss a book. We go beyond a book. And we accept every person's experience. There is a time we're talking about promises by Gorete Chomuhendo. We did it for June. It was our book read, our book select for the month. And then we had different people that have been abroad that have gotten this experience one-on-one. The immigrants, if you've read Promises by Gorete Chomuhendo, it's mostly about a guy who goes and then goes out of the country to look for survival, to look for food for the family. So we've had members that experienced it one-on-one. And the discussion got very long that we had to stop at 4 and then we ended at 7. Because people were pouring their pain, they were pouring how they were mistreated, they were pouring out how they came back to Uganda without nothing for all the years they had spent abroad. So it was personal, and we accepted. We took on their experience, we took on their pain, and you know, we felt the pain with them. Every time they would say, oh my God, I was hurt, and we were like, oh, we are hurt too. So it was just amazing. So just accepting every person's experience and allowing them to pour out their hearts has been the best thing for us. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My book club members often say, like, you know, book club is therapy. And even if it's not you being able to relive or work out through your own experiences, it's also just holding space and being empathetic about another human being. And I guess it just expands your emotional muscle, right? So that you're able to be present and fully human as you move through life. Now, if there are a few things that people can fight over to the end of the world, it's religious beliefs or political beliefs, right? And we know that because, you know, every other war has one or the other to do with. So, Jonathan, for a very ethos-based book club, how do you make it such that people that walked in with made-up minds about certain topics, either this way or that way, how do you make sure that, you know, the discussion is safe and critical, but also accounting for differences that may or may not change as a result of the conversations?
Well, it's kind of tricky, but we're a relatively inclusive space. We tolerate people regardless of their beliefs or their political standings, because again, the vast majority of our members come from our own arts community, and you find we have a very open-minded approach to things. One thing I can say is you don't really encounter much of that, because as with most readers, as we do know, reading tends to make you more open-minded. Reading tends to make you more accommodative, because you understand that we cannot be the same. Our perspectives are shaped by experiences that are varied, quite varied. So we moderate, but everyone's given a chance to speak. Everyone's given a chance to speak, to voice their perspectives, their opinions on various matters. And yes, you almost always see a change in perspective. And the values you enter with aren't necessarily always going to be the ones you live with.
Wow, thank you so much. Now, I want to leave some time for Q&A, and I can see some of us burning with questions. Yes, yes. We are? Good. But before we do, if there's anything that book lovers and people in a book club love to talk more about, it's books. Yeah? So these are just questions, random questions, and any of the three of you can take them. But if your book club was a character in a novel, who would it be? Which novel and who would it be? Anyone? It could be a book that you recently read. Yeah, please.
Ours would be, do you know Mulili in Betraying the City? That would be our book club. Oh, yes.
The next question is, if a celebrity or a historical figure secretly joined, who would shake things up, and what book would you assign them to, like, moderate? Yeah, a celebrity or a historical figure.
The book I would assign them to moderate is The Secret Lives of Babasegi's Wives.
Okay, do you want to tell us any? We've all read Babasegi's Wives, right? No? How many have not read The Lives of Babasegi's Wives? Not read? Oh, okay, good. Please write it down. If you have a note and a pen and paper, write it down, go to your bookstore tomorrow and get that book. And put aside everything else that you're reading and please start on it. And come find me if you're not laughing at the end of the book. So that's a good one. Jonathan, if your book club had to, where's my question? If your book club had to read one author for a whole year, what author would that be?
I'm sorry, it sounds generic, but I'm a big fan of Chimamanda, and a lot of people find her work pretty good, so we'd probably do Chimamanda.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see how many people agree with joining that fictitious book club for a year, reading Chimamanda. Look, we already have +10 members. And I think, lastly, what has been a funny moment or a dramatic moment in your book club that you're safe to share? Anyone? I'm trying to inspire these people to join the book clubs because they are fun. So.
Okay, the funny moment for me was when we read and reviewed The Secret Lives of Babasegi's Wives. Women love that book and men hate that book. So we have a big number of men in the book club. You should have seen. The room almost caught fire. So it's a book I really, really recommend because I know the feedback I'll get from the male reader is, if I could kill those women. I'm not spoiling it for you.
Yeah, that for me is always a marker of a really, really good book. A book that draws the room in half. Yeah. So it forces us to look at ourselves and what we imagine the world looks like, and maybe change our minds. And now I have a roving mic. So if you have any questions for either any of the moderators, or there's something that you're thinking about, the modalities, the inspiration, book club. Yes, so we have one question here. We can start with the lady at the middle, and then we'll come to Moses. Oh. Okay.
Hello,
good.
everyone.
Please go ahead.
My name is Cynthia. What advice would you give someone who has fear of joining a book club? For example, I joined one, but it never left the WhatsApp discussion. And because of that, I was like, to hell, I'll do my personal readings. And that was it. So if I want to come out, how would you encourage me to move and meet people of my tribe, my clan?
Let me vote myself to take it.
I can
and
take
then
it.
Jonathan, you can add. Or you go first.
Yes. Thank you. I didn't quite catch your name. Cynthia.
City.
Oh, that's pretty cool. One thing I've learned is that the most important part is showing up, and that's the basis on which we run our club. You do not have to read the book per se. Granted, it's appreciated that you do read the book, but you do not have to read, because the essence of the reading you're doing is to sort of arrive at a certain theme or an understanding of what the authors are trying to get to. So I feel like if you're going to push for a book club, or if you want to be in a book club, just show up. You'll eventually pick interest. You'll snowball.
I am the kind of person who says you must read. And I take great offense if people come to the book club and they haven't read. Unless it's like once in a while, but every time you're not reading, like what are we doing? But maybe I can quickly add to how do you move a book club out of the WhatsApp group? You must have a system. You must have a system that is not dependent on the weather, on people's availability, or I'm traveling, I have a birthday. If the book club meets on the first Tuesday, it meets on the first Tuesday. Whether 2 people are there or 10 people are there, the book club moves, and then next month we are on to something else. Because from people's whatever availability, you'll never have 100% attendance. And if we're always convenient scheduling, it will never take off. So just be religious and a bit firm about, the systems that make it run. Yeah. Moses, and then we can move this way.
My name is Moses Serugo. So I live in Ginger. I run a book club called BYOB, Bring Your Own Book. And yes, so we don't have that whole thing of we dictate a book that you read. You just sign up via Google form, what book are you going to read, and then you read just an excerpt from the book, and then you just interest us in why we should be, interested in the book, reading the book. But my question is about keeping a book club going, because when did we start? I don't even remember, but we've had I think 3 editions so far. And half of the people are actually coming from Kampala. So like you to Baze, we're also doing it over branch, just the Watoto sell mode actually is what I was piggybacking off. You're doing cookies and tea and all that. And it's been quite a challenge. And it being Ginger, my grand idea was, this is the source of the Nile. We know so much we know so much about the civilization where the Nile ends in Egypt, hieroglyphics, pyramids, and everything. Hardly anything at the source of the Nile. So bringing this whole thing about, just literary conversations and, civilizations around the Nile, which is where now the niche reading comes in, and the niche reading has been a really hard sell for me. Then secondly, the other challenge is getting adults to read. So someone actually told me, just go the schools thing, like the earlier conversation was. And I actually stumbled on the fact that there's a things fall apart day, you can imagine. So I was looking at maybe just getting Ginger schools, interest them in things fall apart. We're getting into an electro dispensation. Animal Farm would be a good book to also introduce to these people. Then we also have a rundown public library that I want to co-opt into the whole thing, because space has also been another challenge. The space that we use can only let us use it like Saturday morning. Ideally, people who are traveling from Kampala can only get there by 1. So there's all these dynamics we've had to work with. Tried taking it online, it didn't work. Now I want to actually take it physical again. Now I want to do it by the river. People who own the spaces by the river are also very complicated. So how do you keep a book club going given those challenges? Because it's also a vanity project for me. I used to read so much as a child. We never had toys growing up. My dad would take us to Uganda bookshop and he's like, pick any book off the shelf. You're not going to have toys. You need to ride bikes, ride the neighbors' bikes, so that sort of thing. So we never had toys. So how do you keep a book club running in that context of also being built around a personality? Because if I'm not there, the book club won't happen. It's hard to, get someone else to delegate it to someone else to run it. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, good question. Do you want to take it?
Okay, now for us, One I might not be aware of is space, because we have space at the office. So we offered our offices as the space for the readers of for that evening. So for the things to do, it might not be in position to advise, but still, the different things that we can come up, there are places like resorts. I think resorts are better, because you just buy a drink and then you can sit and read. I think that would be a better option. You get a resort and say we shall be meeting at this place, you just buy drinks. I think money for drinks can easily be solicited among the members. Yeah, you say 5K each, you buy a drink and then sit and read and say space is catered for. Then keeping the members interested in the book, and also a book club being run on a person. I think, do you do rotational hosting? Then that is a thing. Because now if I'm hosting this month and a person is hosting next month, it is a must for the host to attend. There is no way you're going to host virtually. There is no way you're going to tell someone else that, please, can you host for me? You know I have got a problem. Unless otherwise, it is a genuine problem. Then someone can stand in for you. But then because for us, when you're hosting, you set up the questions, send them in the group. So you know the reason why you came up with these questions. You know the format, you know the answers you want people to come up with. So the moment the people do not satisfy your needs, do not meet your expectations, then you have to say something. So there is no way someone can host for you, yet you are the person who set up the questions. So the rotational hosting has been a thing for us. Also, now for us, we knew people. People have excuses. Today they have a burial. Tomorrow they have a pregnancy. Tomorrow they have a sister who's in labor. Tomorrow they have, I overslept. I left work very late. You know, I cannot make it. My kid, I have swimming. We knew people and gave them space to be people. Whoever comes is the person we work with. Because in our book club, we have intentional readers. There is an engineer, I'm going to mention him, Grant. Grant is so intentional about reading. And let me tell you, because Grant is so intentional, it has been a motivation for the others to read. Just that one person sparks up the reading of the other book club. So someone says, will I be the only person they will see dodging meetings every time? So just that one intentional person, who's not the lead actually. He's not leading. He's not part of the people leading. That one intentional person has made all other people active. So basically, it has been the thing for us, rotational hosting, then just letting people be and move with the people moving. The people who come are the people. We don't cancel a book club meeting because you're sick, no. Yeah.
Good answer, yes. And then we can pass it
All right.
behind.
My name is Rosie Sembatia. I run a children's mobile library. I believe in building the readership of the books that we are creating. Yeah. Currently, I read this beautiful book, Remembering the Future. It's a collection of 12 short stories by Ugandan writers. It's so well done and so well edited. So I'm trying to get it into as many hands as possible. Yeah. My question to the panel is, do we have like an umbrella organization for book clubs in Uganda?
Have you heard of any?
Thank you.
I haven't heard of any.
Was your hand up? Okay. Then you can pass it behind and yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Kenneth Ndishimye. I'm a student here at Makerere University. I'm doing Bachelor's of Science in Tourism and Hospitality Management. But I love literature. That's why I'm here. In my A-level, we were introduced to a book club. The program, we called it Reading Program, where we were assigned to read books every week. And every week we would gather as small groups and discuss about it. We read about so many leaders. We read autobiographies and biographies, and also some other books. So really having the book club run is about starting. The starting process is always the hardest. getting people interested, getting people calm every day. Of course, people who have complaints about we don't like the books, or maybe these books it's not my taste, it's not my genre. So people have always complaints. So I believe that the starting process is always the hardest, but if we keep on coming up, and by the way, I don't think it is a target. The target is not to get everyone interested. It's just to get a few intentional people who are ready to read the books. So after I left A-level, I got a chance to also join another group because I had already gotten interested. I wasn't also someone who liked reading, but when I was introduced to this reading club in A-level, I had so much interest, and I found myself becoming a reader, a person who loves reading. So I got introduced in my senior 6 vacation to another group, online club, book club, which reads books, and we also present online. We share the reflections, and also the start was hard with other people. So I also have a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have brought this.
No. It's been a lovely story, but
Yeah,
question.
I felt like I needed to give a testimony to this. My question is about the selection of the books to read. Do you follow? Because there are some people that are, like Jonathan's group says, they have already a planned timetable or a planned list of books they have to read. Is that the right way to select the books to get everyone interested, or we can use another kind of selection? Thank you.
Behind. Thank you.
Can I ask
No.
I have any?
Behind. Thank you. Let's take both questions, and then because I'm out, I think unless we can squeeze some more time, that might be the last one. But just hold the question. Let's take the next one, and then we'll see if we have 2 minutes left.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Doreen. I also run a book club called Read Between the Wines. I like books and I love wine. And I started it mostly as a hobby because I love reading. I also love hosting and gathering people around food and drinks. My initial question was actually the same around how do you build and maintain momentum and commitment? Because in my case, I'm the main barrier. I have people who are interested, but I'm traveling for work. I'm not available sometimes. And part of the attraction for my book club is also the hosting part of it. So the rotational, I used to be in book clubs that used to do rotational hostings, but in this case, I feel like I'm the main barrier because it depends on whether I'm available or not. So in this case where I have, either for work reasons I'm not available, how do I make sure that I'm actually maintaining momentum and commitment? But I had a second question around, I don't know, one of the things with me is, well, growing up I didn't have a lot of access to books, and I was wondering, in your book clubs, have you been able to do any outreach from the book club to reach either young people or other people who don't have as much access to books? And yeah, if there are any learnings of how book clubs can expand within that space to reach other people who are interested, or young kids who are interested in reading but don't have access. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take those 2 questions and see if there's still space for one more. Yes, please.
I'm going to start with the selection of the books you've been talking about. First, we have the zones. We have the map of the world, and then we got zones. For the panels, they will be looking at it. We got to know and to think that most of us don't read African books for the book clubs. Most of the book clubs do the Western books for the book clubs. Most people actually read Western books compared to African literature. So for us, we prioritize the African literature. So we got a map of Africa and put zones, different zones. So we only read books from Africa and then by African authors in the diaspora. That is it. So for us, we got zones. So we have the Western zone, we have the Okay, we have the Western Zone, we have the Northern Zone, we have the Eastern Zone, we have Central Africa, we have Uganda as a zone because we are in Uganda, so we take the priority. So we have the Southern Zone, and we have Nigeria as a zone because we understood most Nigeria has more writers compared to other, zones that we think. So we have it as a zone of its own. So we also have the UK, we also have the US, and we have Europe. So we read books falling under different zones. So even the authors that are not in Africa, but the African authors that publish in the diaspora, we cater for them. So in Europe, we get African authors that write, maybe not African, the African way. Like recently we did Open Waters by Nelson Azuma. The writing was different, the style was different, but he's an African, So that is how we do the selection. So we cover the African continent and also the writers in the diaspora. So it just enables us to widen our literature away from the authors, we know the Ugandan authors. So every month we do a rotation, or we do not repeat the same zone. This month when we do from Nigeria, next month we do from Southern Africa. We do from the UK diaspora. We do from Europe. So we rotate even, not only the hosting, but also the countries. So we cover every book under the African literature. So it is, I think for us, the selection. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess it also helps that when you're forming a book club, you have a clear idea of what you want to do with it in terms of exploration, whether it's thematic or otherwise. So for them, I think it works that they're discovering African, or rather exploring African writing. So then it guides everything from that. Do you want to take the question on when the host is when the key person is the barrier?
Yes.
Sometimes?
Usually that's a bit limiting, especially when you're the host and you open your home to... I used to host a book club, but for little children, just pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, but it was at home in the community. So I went and spoke to the parents that I'll be having book reading sessions for children every third Saturday of the month, and it's a small community. So the little kids, the parents would prepare their children. They would come well-dressed with smeared faces. I used to love it. And then I would do it with a niece of mine for the different age groups. However, it became difficult, especially when you have events to attend, and yet the children are looking forward to that. But the pandemic really had to close us out because of the issues. So I would prefer that you have a place, a home especially, because in Entebbe we also struggled with getting a permanent home because we'd move to different restaurants, and it became harder because some of the times some of these restaurants have gardens, so they have an event. So we finally settled down at a place called Sunset Hotel that never hosts big events, and now that has become our permanent home. So I would recommend that at least take it out of home, explore the options of also delegation. It's very important that you delegate and give leadership to the rest of the members so that they take full responsibility of hosting that month. And it also helps them appreciate that it's very difficult to herd adults. I really used to enjoy reading to the children because children are innocent, and I loved how their faces would brighten up when you're telling them a story. However, adults, it's a complicated thing. So just delegate authority and have different restaurants in Kampala. There are many that you can host. You can have a home where you host once in a while, not every month. Thank you.
There was a sub-question on CSR.
Yeah, we've done CSR. We give books to schools. At least we've done to 2 schools, one in West Nile, in a district called Nebi, for a primary school, and also one at Busi Island in Kalangala, which we did last year. So the members put together funds, and we purchase the books, and then go and hand them over. Yeah.
I'll squeeze in one last question. I think there's a lady there right in the middle who's had her hand raised from the beginning of the Q&A session. As the mic is getting there, I hope we're checking in with ourselves.
and wondering which of the 3 book clubs am I about to join, right?
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to hear from all of you. Through my work, I'm a Fulbright English teaching assistant at the American Center, and through my work, I run a book club. I'm also a part of a couple of other book clubs, but I think one of the things that helps me in running a book club is to do controversial books. It like brings people back. They want to have these fiery discussions, but I guess my question is about moderation and making sure that people feel safe in expressing their thoughts, even on controversial topics.
Jonathan, you've been a bit quiet. Do you want to take that?
Definitely. With our space, or with no-name book clubs, it's an understanding that you have to be respectful and mindful of everyone's conservations and their unique experiences. So for books that are controversial, because we have had a number, it just sort of helps to have that established beforehand, such that there are lines drawn on where people can end or where they can reach within other people's comforts.
Great. And that's all we had time for. And thank you so much. For being the best audience of Kampala Rights 2025. If anybody doubts it, tell them to fight with me. And lastly, how many of us are now going to join a book club? The ones that didn't raise their hand. This is the point you all raise your hands, guys. So thank you so much and have a good rest of the festival. Should I take my greetings to Nairobi from Kampala? Okay, thank you so much and see you again.
Another round of applause to our panelists for such an amazing discussion. And you people, you don't have any excuse for not joining a book club. Cynthia is here, Daphne, Jonathan, Sheila, so please contact them and they give you the details of how you can join their book clubs. We wish to see more of you joining book clubs and being active readers. So, allow me to first recognize 3 schools, students from 3 secondary schools that are here with us. We have City High, Kampala. Can you please stand up and wave to these people? Yes, you're most welcome to Kampala Rights. Gayaza High School. Please stand up and wave to these people. And we have Midland High School, Mukono. Yes, you also please stand up and wave. So these students have made time to actually be here with us, and we are very grateful for that. We are going to break for lunch and are going to be back here at 2:30 p.m. for the next panel discussion. Like I said, we are going to be having free lunch today. So we are going to walk through the back door and get our meals. There are tables there. Get a plate of food, get a glass of juice, and enjoy the rest of the evening. See you at 2:30.
Siribulireyo mu kawompo simanyi oba engalo ku mmeeza ziruma ekifo mutyogo mwe gwava simanyi oba ensolo zeeteesa zikaabe zinyiiza abazirunda simanyi na bungi bwa nnyumba ziri mu nsi eno nneewuunya simanyi tulonju kitwekomba obudde okuzibanga ezunga simanyi na buuma bwendidde mu kawunga ndiwona kansa simanyi na bungi bwa ppamba omuva essaati oba ekkooti simanyi oba essaala empanvu zikuba obutuli mu bbaati simanyi oba yayiiya eddaala yalaba ekyo kye yali anoonya I don't know it all. Truth is I don't know a lot. All I know is I'ma learn if I keep an open mind. Yeah, I don't know it all. Truth is I don't know a lot. All I know is I'ma learn if I keep an open mind. Yeah, simanyi babakabi bankolera ensi ensimbi ze bafuna nsoberwa simanyi oba enseene ekomawa nti kati kisenge nga bbugwe simanyi kusirisa ku mawuggwe nyonje bikyafu bye gakutte tubonereze tutya basedvuttu abo abasobyanga ku mabujje simanyi oba buba n'emputtu nti onywe mmumbwa n'okyuka obuwuka mu lunaku bufa bumeka simanyi nakumanya ne bwombuuza simanyi oba okugiyita empuuta yagezaako ekaliza ennyanja simanyi oba Uganda ey'enkya emanya amabanja agagirinze simanyi oba awala gyawunza simanyi na bulumi bwanvunza simanyi oba ddala bwensonda nsobola okuzimbayo kyakeedi simanyi oba omwoki wagonja taseera ssanywa nguzeeko nfa simanyi oba nsobola okukogga nenenkana ecupa ya soda.
I don't know it all. Truth is, I don't know a lot. All I know is I'ma learn if I keep an open mind. Yeah, I don't know it all. Truth is, I don't know a lot. All I know is I'ma learn if I keep an open mind. Yeah.
Simanyi oba nga ddala kiriba emirembe okudda mu Siriya simanyi oba bw'okubwa ennyempi emba zigumanga kolansi kikyomanyi gwe ku sayansi atema emiti olima ekkajjo simanyi muti gwakuwa bajjo ebigambo bya bikendeeze simanyi oba lumundi sunente n'egweri n'eruma amannyo simanyi oba okumansa ssente kiraga nti walonda nnonde simanyi kutuulaawo n'ensirika nga sigudde mu byemabega simanyi banywanyi bye balowooza mu kiseera nga teryayogera omuntu bw'agamba nti onkolera kaba kakodyo kukuwa omulimu simanyi oba obusomyo bukaaba nga busikibwayo mu magumba simanyi oba omanye byafaayo ebituufu ebikwata ku nsi yo simanyi oba entuuyo mu kyenyi ziraga omuliro gwa byenfumba.
The familiar sounds of a man calling out from a van with blue and white stripes. See, I come from a city where sounds like these guide our strides. Sounds like, boss ogenda. Wandege ya mulago kamo chantinda. Wandege ya mulago kamo chantinda. Muzei, sister, mukumawa. Lugogo nakawa chireka banda. Lugogo nakawa chireka banda. Lugogo nakawa. It starts to sound like music to my ears. I come from a city of motorbikes, ezo boda boda, taxis, ezo kamunye. If you run a blood test, you will find all these in my DNA. I come from KLA, where we eat life with a big spoon. We don't just check the time, we eat the watch too. Seriously though, you see, time is money. Now with our Rolex, we kill two birds with one stone in one of our greatest modern day milestones. I come from a city with a variety of the best foods. A city where we are so passionate about our street foods. Imagine a city where Arnold Schwarzenegger is the inspiration behind the names of one of your street foods. Pretty cool, right? I come from a city of all foods and all sauce. 2x2s with the vegetables all raw. A city of Tompa Merenga Chakuri Matoke. If you run a blood test, you will find that I am healthy and okay. I come from KLA and I spell it with a capital K. I come from the same city as the BET award-winning Eddie Kenzo, a city where Bobby Wine and French Montana are just examples of the unforgettable potential of our ghetto kids. I come from a city that doesn't sleep because we're still either chasing dreams or celebrating wins or just cooling off from chasing all these crazy dreams. I come from a city where we always find time to have a good time because it boosts our mental. Now that's where our music is instrumental. I come from the city of Afrobeat, hip-hop, reggae, ragadi, kadongo kamu. If you run a blood test, buno muziki gona Ojogwu sangamo. I come from KLA, wano wakatimu you. I come from the city of Queens. And I am not even talking about the USA. I am talking about the beautiful Ugandan women that I see all day. Tall, short, small, thick, dark, brown, bleached. The streets are like a buffet. I come from the city of powerful women. Women who don't just wait to depend on we the men. I come from the city of Farida Nakazibwe, Shamim Malende, Miriam Matembe, Magi Chigozi, the unforgettable Jennifer Musisi, the Royal Nabagerika, a city where women work so hard just to obtain a full figure. If you run a blood test, you will find black, yellow, red in their veins and arteries. I come from KLA, and the L is for the ladies. I come from a city where we hustle to make life better, where every single day we get up and go flex the paper, where we sweat under the sun to make just enough to change the weather. Now sometimes we don't, but still we never say never. They say that there is no place like home. Well, I have been all around the world, and this is the one place that brings me joy. I am the Kampala boy.
she's been through mortifying. Young heart chasing dreams, distant shores she roams, harsh realities, far away from home. How much is a life worth in this web of pain, as the wealthy keep silent in their gain? Oh, Kadama Fe, Anyana Muyaba, Kadama Fe, Anyana Mutasa, Kadama Fe, Anyana Muyaba, Kadama Fe, Anyana Mutasa, Anyana Muyaba, Anyana Mutasa, Anyana Muyaba, Kadama Fe, Anyana Muyaba, Anyana Mutasa, Anyana Muyaba, Kadama Fe.
Kadama yakola nnyo yakolanga n'atereka era olwajjukiranga eyo mu bwavu gy'ava olwo Kadama waffe munda mu ye n'awaga akola agaggawale naye azimbe ku kaalina anabeeka beeyagaleko. Kadama yasimattuka oguyumba n'obukambwe bw'Abawarabu baali bamufuula muddu kukola nga ndogoyi mu ddungu, emirimu weebwa ntuumu ate tayisibwa ng'omuntu, nekomyekoto migatta bantu. Kadama bambi bamujereganga bamuyeeya bwafala Kadama naye yaguma teyakaaba naye yakola teyaswala. Kadama yatuuka ku lyengedde, Kadama teyaviira mwawo ate mugagga muvundu.
Kadama Fe, Anyana Muyaba, because I have you, girl, I know that I'm winning. I know that I'm winning. You are driving me crazy and I'm loving you daily, oh my love. Never letting you go, anywhere that you go, I follow. Baby, know that I'm not crazy, know that I'm not lazy. Baby, know that I'm not crazy, you know that I'm not lazy. Running after you, I will follow you anywhere you want to go. I will let the whole world know that I'm in love with you. I will follow you anywhere you want to go. I will let the whole world know that I'm in love with you. That I'm in love with you. Hey.
Work that thing, oh nana. Treat me like a one true lover. There's nothing will make me leave you. Nobody will love me, reach you. The way you pump for me alive. You keep my dreams alive. Never, 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 never will I ever let you slide. Oh baby, my baby, there is something that you need to know. I'm in love with you, yeah. Oh baby, my baby, there is something that you need to know. I'm in love with you, yeah.
Baby, know that I'm not crazy, know that I'm not lazy.
Baby, you know that I'm not crazy, you know that I'm not lazy, no.
I will follow you anywhere you want to go. I will let the whole world know that I'm in love with you. I will follow you anywhere you want to go. I will let the whole world know that I'm in love with you. That I'm in love with you.
Oh my God, you're cute.
Mumazina malalondesa teacher. Naya mugana nange di teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiroto baba jantis. Teacher. Mumazina malalondesa teacher. Naya mugana nange di teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiroto baba chantisa. Tosalembi nanga wekwasa. Kugwea wadene nume yezaza. Kade mwako kuwolwasa. Nalulunji tocha everything gaza. Karate ananyamanza siyasa. Takupa class for the extra bonanza. I wanna make my bed meta dancer. Tunyo mebe collab mogonza baganza. Kalimodo she kagonda. Kawado we sente kemola. One question, what do you do for a living? She tell me. Teacher, mumazina malarontisa. Naye mugano nange ndi teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiro to baba chantisa. Teacher, mumazina malalontisa. Naye mugano nange ndi teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiro to baba chantisa. Jagala kuzina boy, vamo doi. I want to enjoy it to be jamwan sonye. Eno Mikey a King Kong te saga. Pabu we mukwano se chualinge baga. Chimani jolly, this might sound funny, but I can bear poverty with the Yohane. Jagala katono kenina kagabane. My baby kagabane. Bakaruba mazino gagondere. Woko wakabiri kastaka kondere. Nabachara bareke kabakukonjere. Basasule babe bakozi bakugondere. Teacher, mumazina malalontesa. Teacher, naye mugana nange ndi teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiro to baba chantis. Teacher, mumazina malarontisa. Naye mugano nange ndi teacher. Karate dance with my lover. Chibatiro to baba chantisa. What a dance in a fight. Addicted, so we do it overnight. Another roll over dice. Like a prayer, so we do it overnight. Motoza koye, ayo yamazi, blava koye. Motoza koye, ayo basasule babe bakoze bakugonde.
What if I say, make you come chill with me in my place? When you go fi come, maybe this Friday. Me and you will be chilling in my room. We go listen to some songs and my be spicy. Maybe we could do this to the midnight test. Yeah, because I want you, yes I want you. Yeah. And every day gonna be missing you. You know 15 I say you they miss me too. Cause I know say now my music you they listen to. Your pictures on my wall everywhere, in my house, in my parlor, in my room, in my kitchen too. Baby girl, you know say me I see you. Yeah, because I love you, yes I love you. Oh yeah, baby, give me love, oh yeah. Jawa, baby, give me love, oh. Oh yeah, baby, give me love, oh. Give me love, baby, give me love, oh. Give me love, oh yeah. Give me love, oh. Oh yeah, baby, give me love, oh. Put me down, baby. Oh, give me love, oh yeah. Give me love, baby, give me love, oh yeah. Give me love, oh yeah. What if I say, make we not be friends, make you be my babe? Cause I done the fall and it be like say, me and you, we go run away, we go America in the midnight train. Your mommy doesn't even want to see my face, baby, and I love you, yes I love you. Come to my hood, many fine girls, but now you I choose. And all the guys want to steal my boo. They get the money and they get the body, but nobody else fit to fill my shoes. Baby, girl, you know, say na me and you. Yeah, and I got you. You know I got you. Love, oh, baby, give me love, oh. Yeah. Baby, give me love, oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby, give me love, oh no. Give me love, oh yeah, baby, give me love, oh. Give me love, oh. Yeah. So what if I say, make you come chill with me in my place? When you go pick up, maybe this Friday. Me and you will be chilling in my room. We go listen to some sacrifice. Give me love, oh, baby, give me love, oh. Baby, give me love, oh, yeah, love, oh. Jogo malo sale, ujana ngoro. Dobala wale, ujana ngoro. Jogo malo sale, ujana ngoro. Dobala wale, ujana ngoro. Bena malo sale, ujana ngoro. Jogo malo wale, ujana ngoro. Jogo malo sale, ujana ngoro. Sama wale, ujana ngoro. Obozi gini kanacholo, imana chukwa gozi gomo. Onyelo miyu, nyelo you me. What am I looking for? Say my God, it don't mess me up. They giving me you, giving you me. Obozi kife la chasesa, obozi kife mi chasya me. My baby, you know say you got love for me. I do go. When I call your name, shakara for me. I'm gonna be your you gon' be my Julie. I'm gonna be call your name, Shakara for me. I go be your, you gon' be my Julie. I go be your, you gon' be my Julie. I go be your, be gon' shit. I get many girls with then they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy guests like make the stallion. But my girlfriend they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. From a booty meta all the way to Niger Delta. Now we get plenty ololo. Girl them not for go logo. I just want sharply take one photo before the baba them tell us to go. Oh shit, I get many girls with then they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy guests like make the stallion. But my girlfriend they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up I and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Girl, Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Alright. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear if it's break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I
about the things. I wanna talk about the things where they feel. I know they say what I know me. So if I tell you, say I like it, be the got me confused. I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. Got me confused. I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. Like want me a job. Position me, I'm a conscious. I be that judge when you do me, I'm a. I live for your house, so I'll be your love. Like want me a job. Position me, I'm a conscious. I be that judge when you do me, I'm a. I live for your house, so I'll be your love. Up on your matter and I'm always on time. Say not only you or the girls on the side. Do that jugu like chin up porcupine. And I like your way, so I must say you got me confused. I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. You got me confused. I'm in the mood. In my shaka, what you want me, I got you. Like buy me a job. Position me, I'm a conscious. I be that judge when you do me, I'm a. I did for your house, so I'll be your love.
You always in the mood, fuck around like I'm brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood, fuck around like I'm brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. I can never get attached. When I start to feel I'm attached, somehow I was in a feeling bad. Baby, I am not your dad. It's not all you want from me. I just want your company. Girl, it's obvious, elephant in the room. We're part of it, don't act so confused. And you love starting it, now I'm in the mood. Now we arguing in my bedroom. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before and I won't be a victim. Why you always in the mood? Fuck around like I'm brand new. I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play cool.
Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. We are going to be starting our second session, our afternoon session in 10 minutes. So if you could please occupy the front seats first. Yes, please occupy the front seats first so that our photography team can get good shots. Yes, and I advise that we sit in the middle column as well, not on the sides. So please kindly make your way to the front seats. And if the people outside can hear me, please make your way to the auditorium. We are starting in 10 minutes. And the people that are still having lunch, please wrap it up. We are starting soon. Thank you.
scotch on her tear. Life goes on, it gets so heavy. The wheel
as she makes her way on stage. Jacqueline Asimwe is a Ugandan lawyer, author and social justice advocate with nearly 30 years of experience in philanthropy and civic leadership. She is the founder and CEO of CivSource Africa, an organization championing African-led giving and community-rooted development. She is the author of Facing Mountains, a moving collection of personal reflections on resilience, loss, identity, and healing. Her writing and public engagements reflect a deep commitment to voice, purpose, and belonging, key themes in many of today's most vital conversations. Jacqueline is also a certified professional coach and an internationally respected facilitator known for her work in leadership development, mentorship, and movement building across Africa and beyond. Let's give it up for Jacqueline Asimwe. Okay, I hand over to you, Jacqueline.
Good afternoon, dear humans. Good afternoon, humans. Are there humans in the house? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying the course. Dr. Chibirige, where are you? Please come. And I will not stay this end so that I can be near my panel, but just to say that each of them has their book available here. So please make sure that you buy them, have them signed, and yes, have a conversation with them beyond this. And I will move to my seat this end. Did you clap for them as they came up? Don't hate. Writing isn't easy, so. And we look forward to hosting as many writers, of course, as we continue the Writers' Fest. So I know we all have the little booklet that talks about each of the panelists, except, unfortunately, and we apologize profusely to Dr. Chibirige that the final text did not have his bio, but he's Googleable. If you just Google, he will be there. And so I will go down the line and ask each of them to tell us a bit about themselves and how they came to be. And how they came to be where they are now, because we're talking about writing far away from home. So they're going to tell us which abroad they are in and how they got there. What is their story of getting to the place that they are now writing from, which is away from home. So Dr. Chibirige, can I start with you, and then we shall come down the line. A bit about yourself and how you landed where your abroad is.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard my name. Mohammed, Muslim. Semakalu, confident. Chibirige, the fighter. I was brought up in Buate. I was born in Buate, attended school in Chira, ended up in Makerere College School within this campus, graduate of Makerere Medical School. Ladies and gentlemen, lots of things did happen. 1966, 1976 for me, when I decided to leave, shall we say, flee the country, looking for another place. Ended up in Lagos for 3 months, then Nairobi for 2 years before going to UK. Telling people that I was going to study and come home to educate look after children, but also ensure that I connect, I belong, and encourage people to learn. But what are people supposed to learn? The history. I was bad at politics, so I can't say I wanted to teach politics, but I could look after children. And if I'm allowed to say this, one of the reasons for looking after children is that most people actually love the children. My parents did, and so I thought I should do the same. Aboluganda, abakona ab'emikwano. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Tukwaniriza ssebo.
Good afternoon. Hi. I'll try and keep it brief. My name is Loike Kinga. Born and raised in Kinshasa, DRC. Life happened. My mom remarried, and a new man wanted to move away from the country. And so when I was 16, we packed our bags and moved to South Africa, where I lived and studied for 10, 11 years. And it was time to move again. But that didn't work out. So like I said, I'm gonna cut it short. So I had a choice. I had a choice between going back to Congo and rebuilding there, going back to South Africa and rebuilding everything that I've left behind, or picking a new country. And Uganda was the choice. And I've been here, it's been 4 years now. And yeah, amazing weather, I like it. Yes, thank you.
Uganda is his abroad people. Yes. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Irene Tushabe. No, Tushabe. Okay, I was born in Kamwenge district, which is in the western region of Uganda. Film and video production, and then journalism. And after I had graduated from journalism school and had been practicing as a journalist for a while, I had neglected to pay attention to my status in Canada, and I applied a little bit late to become a permanent resident, but my work visa expired before my application for permanent residency came through. So they said I could stay in the country, but in the meantime, it was illegal for me to work. Meanwhile, I had student debt and all of that. So it was very, very anxious time to occupy, to feel placeless and to not know what to do. And that's when I turned to writing, kind of as a way to self-soothe, because if I was writing, then I wasn't checking all the time the immigration website for wait times and all of that, which is really frustratingly vague. And by the time that my permanent residency when it came through, I had really fallen in love with writing, that I never went back to full-time journalism. I practiced journalism independently and on a freelance basis. And in the meantime, I tried to become a writer. This is my first book.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I'm on. All right. So, my name is Nick Makoa. I was born in Uganda. In fact, I was with my mom yesterday. I don't know if you saw her in the crowd, and she actually gave me the story of my birth, which was I was born she used to go to Makerere University, and she lived just opposite. And I was born premature, and I should have died. And so supposedly this, it's actually her friend, but her mom was a nurse who told her, if you want your son to live, take him out of the hospital, put him in your house, insulate the house, clean the house, because the children were dying of first, second, and third infections. And so every day my mom would go to the hospital and she would just look at the list of those who are gonna die, and then she'd be crying, expecting to see my name, but my name wouldn't appear. And this lady just appeared, and she never knew the lady, and the lady actually died at 85, but it happened to be who is now one of her best friend's mother. So that was just my start, my elsewhere as we were. But I left this country when I was 4 years old, 1979, when this world was falling apart because of the Idi Amin dictatorship. I'm just one of many stories that you might hear of people trying to leave Uganda at that time because of how difficult it was. So it's not a special story, it's just the story of the time. But when I was living with my mom, she was studying to do her PhD in Leeds, but she had to move back to London. She ended up not finishing her PhD, it turned into an MPhil. And then she moved me between my mother and father weren't together. So I kept moving between them, either between like England, Kenya, Saudi Arabia. So a lot of my childhood was spent on planes or in liminal spaces between my mother and father, or a boarding school or stuff like that. So there was a part of me that had to get comfortable. I was just talking to my friend about this today. I had to get comfortable with being myself by myself. Does that make sense? Yes. And also to stop worrying, because some people are so fixed into their family circles. Mine was always shifting. So I didn't know, I'm with my dad. No, I'm with my mom. No, I'm with my sisters. No, I'm in a boarding school. Oh, these are my friends. No, they're not my friends. Oh, I got to leave again. So they got to a time when I didn't, I actually used to wait every 3 years. I would start wanting to pack because I knew that I was about to leave. And beknown to me, no, we're going here, we're going there. I knew it. So, and I also knew what to pack. So I'm really good at packing like they said, how did you fit all of that in there? Don't worry about it. You ain't lived my life. So anyway, I'm not trying to take it all, but I went to a boarding school in Kenya, did my O-levels, returned back. And when I returned back to London, they treated me like I was an asylum seeker, even though my mom was living there. And I had that same experience that you had, which was you were always looking, are they going to accept me as just a normal citizen? And then this experience that we're all talking about, T.S. Eliot speaks about it. He calls it the metic experience, when you are in one place but are kind of longing for another, but in that other place you're also a stranger. So you're a stranger between worlds. And it's called, you could also consider it the standpoint theory. So because of that, because we are at the periphery of existence, a lot of times when you're in that kind of space, you see the world differently. And so a lot of writers belong to that kind of netherworld space because you can see the hierarchies. When you're at the center of society, usually which is whiteness or some other version of that, when you're at the center of it, you just assume that the way the world is the way that the world is. Yeah. When you're at the periphery of society, you have to navigate between the hierarchies, the hegemony, and all of that. And I think, I guess in that space, the writer in me was born.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Thank you. A round of applause. And so that is where I even want to start our second question now. When people ask you, where are you from? There's a thing that our mouth speaks, but there's the thing that first drops in our head, right? And I know you then navigate, can I say where I'm really from or where I feel like I am from? So where are you from in terms of how you locate yourself now? And how have you navigated acceptance in the place where you say you are from? And Nick, I'm going to start with you and go down the line.
Oh man, I love this question. I got a bunch of answers and they're all right. No, serious, I'm serious. So Uganda, I said this yesterday, and I'm not going to deter it. I'm an African. I'll never, it won't move. It's immovable. I can't change that. And I don't want to change it. My passport says I'm British, but these are political constructs. But where I was born is Africa, I believe of myself not just as a physical being because that decays. I believe of myself as a spiritual being. So I'd say I belong to God. That's where I'm from. That's another from. Another thing I'm really proud to be from is poet. Like I am of that tribe. So there are many things I will do. I could be, I'm a father and all that, but I belong to the tribe of poet. So I remember the poet George Surtees is the one who made me understand it for the first time. And he says, remember, you belong to a lake, and in that lake is every poet that has ever existed. Oh, man, it makes you want to cry. Is every poet that ever existed. And whatever they have said belongs to you. And whatever you will say will belong to the next poets. And that lake is there, because a lake is there for a purpose. It's not there for itself. It's there to cool the region. It's there to bring rain. It's there to nurture the, you understand? So I belong to the lake of poets. Yeah.
That's a brilliant, brilliant answer. I think as well, I define myself as a writer now. I started defining myself as a writer before I was published, because I decided that I was doing enough writing for myself that I could call myself that. Oftentimes, being a writer is something that ascribed to you. It's something that other people give to you, right? They call you a writer and you begin to think, okay, I guess I am. But then they will ask you, where can I read your work? And you can just say, I'm a writer who writes for myself for now. And for the longest time, that's what I did. I wrote for myself, because I wrote for myself to understand my place in the world. Like I said, I started writing during a time when it was just so difficult to exist where I was. So I was writing for catharsis. I was writing to try and understand my view of the world. I was also, I think, writing in order to speak in my own words. Growing up a Christian, I think that it was kind of ingrained in me to sometimes just accept things that people told me and accept other people's views as my own, and sometimes regurgitate them as my own. But writing gives you that time to sit alone with your thoughts, to really think and take thoughts back and bring new ones and revise and edit. And I think I grew into myself becoming a writer. I am also an African woman. I call myself Omuchiga woman because I am Omuchiga woman. My people, the Bachiga, have kind of been displaced all around the world.
Claps from Bachiga.
Thank you.
No, we too.
My father was kind of displaced to a place in western Uganda, in Kaba, along Chibale Forest, which was a migratory corridor for game. So I was born in a game reserve, and then we were evicted from there, and then I grew up in Kamwenge. But I guess what I'm trying to say, when I left Uganda and I went to Canada to study, I had grown up reading books that I always used to actually get from tourists who came to visit the national park. They would come with books, Danielle Steele, the sorts of books that people buy in airports, Jeffrey Archer, and I thought, fabulous storytelling, Danielle Steele. And then I went to, when I started reading, there's an aisle in my library where I went, and it's just African writers, and oh my God. I was reading Chinua Achebe, I was reading Titi Dangaremba, I was reading Kamara Laye, and I was thinking, where was all this when I was growing up? When I was going to school and we had no books. So another way I define myself is that I guess I grew into my Africanness and my African traditionalism by reading African writers. I left and then they kind of brought me back to a certain type of, a kind of Africa that I really love to inhabit right now.
I'd say for me, I always say that I'm Congolese first. I don't think that's ever changed wherever I've lived. Because for me, it also reminds me of the responsibility I have as a Congolese writer. I'm in a very interesting position where I get to, so I'm from Congo and my people speak Chiluba and then Lingala, then French, and I get to write in English. And so writing in the language 4 times removed to reach a specific audience. So it's important for me to remember that my relationship with language and my nationality informs how I can tell these stories, tell my people's stories. And for those of you who watch the news or read the papers or online, you know what's happening in my country. So by saying I'm Congolese first, I remind myself of the responsibility I have of the stories I need to tell and how I need to tell them and the importance of those stories. So it doesn't really change. I think growing as a writer, I become more and more aware of it, I think when I was a younger writer, I was much more interested in my own experience, and I did not know how to attach it with my origin, my Congolese-ness, if that's the word. But I think I'm much more self-aware in that sense, and so as we work towards unifying these two realities and building a foundation for myself going forward. So yeah, I've never called myself anything else. And also people ask questions because you don't have an accent and all these things. When I'm from Congo, I'm from DRC, and they're just like, which part of DRC? So that's always a nice conversation starter. But yeah, I've always been Congolese. I think that I'll always be Congolese first.
I'm one of those. I asked him, but you don't have the French in the Congo? So then he told me he was in Uganda, lived in Uganda. Yes.
Thank you, Jackie,
Dr.
again. I have difficulty because I'm the Siri regular.
Okay.
I am contentious, and I have some 70 years to negotiate and find an answer to the question. I am Ugandan. I am British. Having lived in the UK for over 4 decades, there has been an opportunity to talk about Ugandan Asians. I don't hear very much people talking about the Ugandan. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'll say to you that I have got the honor because I met Yusuf Rule when he was Vice Chancellor. I actually went to school with some of his children, but we were Ugandan. I met Yusuf Rule in Manchester during Obote II era. Yusuf Rule was exploring the best way for governance in Uganda. I was powered with emotions, and at this stage, I'm not sure whether I said the right thing at that time. I said, sir, Obote has killed many Ugandans. Why don't we buy a gun and just get rid of him? And Yusuf Rule looked at me and said, Mwana wange. That is a very difficult statement. If we buy a gun and kill him, we will be behaving like him. His advice was, we can do better. We can teach. So I'm very proud to be here discussing writing and teaching and helping Uganda develop. I'm afraid to disappoint you, or perhaps disappoint the audience, that I'm not a literature person, but I am literate. Because I've been doing medicine all my life. Since I left here, I've done medicine. But then I realized that there was a little bit more to doing medicine. I request to recognize Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi, because I met Jennifer having read her books. And I said, it is possible to relate the stories. Like we normally sit around dinner talking to each other. And we talked about that. But then I realized that perhaps I was in the wrong area because I didn't have a background. And I thought I'll take a shortcut. And then she said, doesn't work like that. You have to go back to basics. And so I did. So I ended up writing. The book that I have in front of me is called Never Forget Us, Dearest. Actually, the initial title that I had in my head was Where is Home? I was surprised in 2022 when the Ugandan Asians had a play in Leicester, England. And guess what the title was? Where is Home? But I had already thrown away that title myself, and I went back to Never Forget Us Dearest. Those words came from my father on a Tuesday afternoon when I went to say goodbye to him. He was ill, having had a stroke. Having spent every penny to educate one of his children who became a doctor, I bet he looked forward for his son to look after him. But I was saying, Ngenda, I'm going. And so I left. Now, that was the beginning of the journey, which has taken me through different countries. But also, I thought maybe I could be a tourist and visit many different places, learn what other people do. And so I did. I'm not quite sure whether I'll be given permission to read a short text here, which exemplifies some of the difficulties that one encounters when they leave home. So please bear with me. I had a particularly memorable evening in a nightclub. I like nightclubs. I'm actually disappointed Governor is not working anymore. I was standing at the bar, waiting for my turn to be served, and felt a tap on my right shoulder. When I turned around, expecting a familiar face, a tall young man was staring at me. I would later establish that his name was Dai. I did not know if he was alone or whether he had been sent by others to set me up. And I could not guess what he might be planning to do to me. I had to face the situation with no prospect of a backup if it turned out to be a trap, as I had heard stories of young black men being beaten up. I leaned against the bar top to face him. He had a pint of beer in his right hand and a cocky smile on his face. The interrogation began. What are you doing in my country? I was scared, being the only black person in the building. Which country? I retorted with as much courage as I could muster. This one, the United Kingdom. I was born here and I live here. You should not be here. This is my country and you should not be here. He repeated this last sentence a couple of times. Do you drink coffee? I asked him. Yes. But what is that got to do with you being here? Do you grow coffee in your country? I continued, no, we don't. Do you know the largest exporter of coffee in the world? No, I don't. He mumbled, and I detected the first gap in his knowledge. Who has the biggest gold reserve in the world? Remember, this is 1978. It was England. I continued to probe whilst also planning about my escape route. I don't know, he shrugged. And does the United Kingdom have many gold reserves? Yes, of course. What a stupid question. I continued with my general knowledge quiz. Can you tell me where the gold mines are in the United Kingdom? I don't know. The man replied. I knew there could be repercussions for what I was about to say, but no one else had come close to us. I took a chance. There are many things you do not know. It is possible you do not even know to which country you belong. And I am an international citizen, Jackie.
Thank you so much. Wow. And your reading for us, Dr. Chibirige, has made me, write this question for the rest of us to answer. And Irene, I will start with you. you know, one way that we are belittled when we are abroad is to be told, go home. So have you faced and how have you dealt with this othering, whether personally or is it even expressed in your writing, this othering, this go home?
That's a wonderful question. Yeah, I get told to. The thing about when you become a citizen, like I'm a citizen of Canada now, and I feel I have a right to be critical of the government because the place I live in, Saskatchewan, is actually quite regressive. It's conservative but not overtly. You will meet people on the streets who will say, where are you from? Like my kids are born in Canada, but they'll get asked, where are you from? Like, well, I was born here. But they're like, where are you really from? Right? Just like they really want you to say someplace in Africa, even though they were born in Canada and really know Canada more than know Uganda. So when I encounter such a question, I look at the intent. Sometimes when you know a person well, you can look beyond the question and look and consider their intention, and I can respond. I can respond if I know someone is asking out of curiosity, then I really want to offer because I'm proud of where I come from. I want to offer that. But if someone is pressing, where do you come from? And I know it's because their intention is, you're taking up our jobs, you should go back. I will not engage. In my work, I deal so much with, I like to deal with people who are pushed to the margins of society. My other identity is I am queer. I'm a queer woman. I'm a queer Black woman. I'm a queer Ugandan woman. There are queer people in Uganda. We were always here. We always will be, regardless of what their legislation says. I just want to get that out of the way, so that when I talk about writing about marginalized communities, we all know kind of I'm referring to that. And I thank this festival for bringing me here. So when I write about queerness in that sense, I get pushback from readers here. I also get pushback from some readers in Saskatchewan, if you can believe that. And yet they promote themselves as, you know, we're a developed country, we know better. But we always have to push back. Even in Saskatchewan, we always have to push back. So for me, to be able to be a writer means that I have sat with some of these questions quite long enough that I can look at the intention. If someone asks me about being a queer person from a country that legislates morality, I can have an answer that's nuanced. Because oftentimes people look at the legislation of a place and say, that's how everybody who comes from that place is. But legislation does not represent an entire people, as we all know. So, yeah, it's difficult to be Ugandan Canadian, to be in that. It means you're in the margins in both places. You have one foot there and one in the other. But it's also really a privileged position to occupy because you know about those two different places. You're kind of an insider, outsider, and I have appreciated writing from that place. Yeah.
Lloyd, to you, and then Nick.
I had a very interesting experience being a Black person in South Africa, and I lived in a very small town, south of Johannesburg, a farmers' community, well, it was until it wasn't, and very conservative, very racist, and so I didn't know all of that. I was a teenager, I just moved to South Africa. And when I started working, that's where I came in contact with a lot of the white people in South Africa. And it was quite interesting because I wasn't South African, but I was Black nonetheless. Because I wasn't South African and I spoke French, I had an extra check in the book, so I was more tolerable in a sense. And so they would praise me for my work ethic, and they would praise me because I'm exotic for them. And so they would pull me to the side and be like, these Black South Africans are really lazy, don't you think? And I'm like, I don't think I want to be in this conversation, you know? So it was quite interesting. And so that for me set the tone of my time in South Africa trying to learn how to navigate those spaces and, within those experiences. But for me, really, where I always wanted to belong is within a writing community. I think that's been most important for me because, like I said, from Congo, there's not a lot of Congolese writers who write in English. I can count 5 of us who've been published out there. We have a little community where we talk to each other from time to time. And so for us so how do I go about attending a workshop? How do I go about having certain conversations beyond the panel? So I'm in Uganda, or I'm online in Nigeria, or I'm in Ghana, because those are established communities where I'm trying to find my way and trying to fit in, because I don't have a large community that tells the story of my country in English. So how do I find those like-minded people? I think that's always been my biggest quest as a writer. In terms of nationality and identity, like I said, I've always been Congolese first, and that, of course, as I said, is consequences and has started certain conversations, but I've always been comfortable with that.
Where are you from? Is that the question?
No, so I asked, how do you deal with when people tell you go home?
Go home.
Yes. And how have you dealt with home in your writing?
So my mom always speaks about going home, and whenever she's talking about going home, what she meant when we were in England is that she was coming back to Uganda or East Africa, because she now lives in Kenya. So when she said go home, to my mom it was a proud thing to go home, because it means returning to Africa. But oftentimes inside of that question, when they say go home, what they mean is you don't belong here. And which is really, they're trying to instigate a program in you of self-hate. So I'm supposed to hate myself, feel that I'm displaced, I'm in the wrong place, and I'm supposed to act like, sure, I'll go home. And what I'm trying to do is stop playing the game, if that makes sense. This game of racism is boring. Do you know what I mean? It's boring. It's like wading through, but it's like wading through shit and pretending you're eating cake. Do you understand? Sorry, excuse my French. Bonjour. Sorry.
No, it's quite graphic and interesting just to even think about it. Wading through shit, pretending.
Yeah, because what you're trying to say is where they are is home. That's what they're trying to say. And where you are out of place. So that's the game they're playing. But then if we think about colonialism, they came to our home and then made us do something strange. So it's a game that we're playing that I'm like, this game stinks. And that's the doo-doo, right? So wherever you go is home, but wherever I am, I'm out of home. So I just don't want to play the game anymore, right? So I'm not playing this power dynamic. It was impressive that you got us to play the game for a while, but can we now be humans? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you ask me that question, unless you're asking from curiosity, like, hey, where are you from? Okay, oh, that's interesting. But if it's anything else, I don't want to play the game. I don't want to play the game. Yeah?
We're not playing that game anymore. Okay.
So
understand completely.
I mean, Stuart Hall talks about it better than I just articulated it, and why it is that way, and we all understand it. But I'm not trying to be idealist. I just believe we can be better humans, and not so attached to territory, but attached to the human experience. Right now, the human experience is being destroyed daily, right? And that you can move through different parts of the world to see exactly what I'm saying is accurate, right? There are parts of the world you do not want to go there right now because you will be destroyed. Whether you're innocent, guilty, or whatever, you just standing there, you will starve to death. You will be shot. It's your country. You're just talking about this, right? So the human experience is being destroyed, and there are people in power who can make a difference, and they're more concerned about how long they can hold the power, right? And while that's going on, people are asking me, why don't you go home? As if what I'm doing is the problem, right? So what I'm doing, trying to write my experience and talk about Uganda is the problem, whereas we're doing this in the world. I just don't want to play the game. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
But then
It does.
when people say to me, go home, I'm okay to come back to Africa. It's not as bad as you think, you know? And also home is where my people are. Like I told you, I belong to, whenever I'm around the Honorable Jennifer, you know, like that, you know, Goretti, you know, like that. But when I'm around writers, I feel at home. So these aren't things that intimidate me anymore. I think when I was younger, I would have much more of a reaction.
Yes.
Now that then there was a time I had cynicism. Now I'm just like I don't even want to. I don't even want to entertain it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, coming to you, the audience, what questions do you have? And who is helping with the microphone? Or I can throw mine to you. Okay, I don't see a mic helper.
Thank you. This has really been really mentally inspiring to listen to your different versions of what is home to you. The last 3 days have been defined by all panelists speaking in accents that are foreign to their native accents. The panelists here before me speak with accents that are not familiar with their native accents. What does speaking with an accent mean to your sense of belonging?
Okay, can we take one more as we think about that? Okay, who else would like to ask a question? Kecho? Thank you. Kalunji, sorry to make you the mic runner.
I think mine is for Irene. Irene, you said you used to write for yourself. You were your audience. So you had like a Virginia Woolf understanding, like through your writing, because now you've published a book. So it's like writing is, what was the saying that you used to say? Sorry if there are kids here. She said writing is like sex. So at first you do it for love, then you do it for your friends, then you do it for money. So I wanted to know whether we've crossed over to the money part. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Friends,
Hi, everybody. My question is very personal. I hope this is not feedbacking. So with my first book, I remember one of the things I was told was it wasn't African enough. And I found it funny because it was written in English. And I just finished my master's in creative writing. And one of the challenges I faced was trying to sound more Ugandan. So I have a lot of pieces that may feature like cities in the place or a bit of language or a bit of culture, which is lovely, but it's still in English. Now, as writers of different calibers and different publishing realms, I want to know how you handled finding your voice despite, it's going to sound so cliche, the noise of being more, because you're from Congo, so I'm sure you also get a bit of pushback of people telling you, write more about the war. But then life is also life. You have family and stories. There's love, there's death, there's grief. So I would just like to know how you navigated that, because I saw a few poems from the new, I can't pronounce that word, but Nick's book. And
Carthaginians.
I will fail. Thank you.
You did well. Well done. I'll always be here to help you. Don't worry.
I appreciate it. But one of in the first book you had, I remember there was a poem about Kenya, and one of the things one of the feelings I had reading it was the same thing they told me of like, where is the Uganda in it? And the truth is that by that time you had already established your voice. So I'm assuming these things wouldn't be affecting you. But as a newish writer, I'm wondering how you all, maybe one person, navigate this and find a way to just be authentic to yourself.
I can't remember your name. Michelle. Hi, Michelle. So to answer your question, there is no such thing as fully African, because or uniquely African. There are so many representations of the African, right? That caricature or that homogeneity is dangerous because it means that we have to be a certain kind of way, and it kills self-expression. Yeah? So self-expression is a toolkit of creativity, of the imagination. You know, wherever you look at it, there is self-expression. You look in the Bible, it says, let there be light. That's self-expression. If you say, well, there can't be light, or that's not African enough, you know, what are you talking about? You're like, yeah? What they mean by that is, I am used to a certain type of African experience. I am not aware of others. So one of the things I got, one of the unique gifts I got from having to move around from boarding school to boarding school, from country to country, on planes by myself, is I got to see different cultures. I got to see different versions of blackness, whiteness, maleness, femaleness. And then you start to realize that my view isn't the unique view, right? And what that breeds, when you have that, it breeds perspective. It breeds, I can understand you, but I don't even have to agree with you, but I can at least see. So I lived in Saudi Arabia in a time, and soon after that, the world started, because of 9/11, the world started to hate Arabs. But I've seen Arabs at their most beautiful. So I knew it was, oh, this is a story that they created, right? So now we have, if you just came into the world after 9/11, yeah, your version of Arabness in that kind of monolithic way of looking at life is inaccurate. And it breeds inaccuracy. Does that make sense? And it breeds erasure. So these are, you have to be careful, like we're just about to talk about Ngugi. We have to be careful of the language that we use and the way that we use language, because it erases swathes of people, right? And the thing is, it's not about agreement. That's the thing. Like, I don't have to agree with everything that you are or say, but I have to allow you to exist because I want to exist. Does that make sense? So your Africanness or your Ugandanness, I wouldn't want it to be the same, because if it was the same as everybody here, we only need one person. The rest of you can go home. Yeah, if there was only one then we wouldn't need Kintu, because the Ugandan books have already been written. Everyone can go home. But it's our difference that makes us great. So what I'll put it to them the other way. Try and find your unique Ugandanness. Yeah, and don't be scared to write it. In fact, write it, and you might not even understand it. Yeah, it's just, and you can put Ugandan. You can place it for humanness, blackness, whatever S you want to express. It's going to be manifold. And look up the word manifold. So every day you should be discovering a new part of yourself. Just as you should be discovering a new part of your partner, your friend, the world. And if we did that, there wouldn't be so much friction. Yeah? I'll stop there because I know there are others. So the accent, can I answer the accent? All right, sorry, man, I'm on a roll, man. I'll let me go because otherwise I'll forget. All right, so with the accent, I was born with a African accent, whatever that is, right? Because, you know, I was born in, I'm Samir, so I had whatever Samir taught, I spoke like that. But I left that world. I went into England. I had an English accent, right? I left that world. I went to an American school in America, had an American accent, right? Now, my accents don't define me. I'm not, but a lot of times what we use as those markers are not the accurate markers of existence. They're reference points. So, and they're ways of engagement. What defines you is the inward journey of experience, not the outward expression of that journey, right? I'll leave it there, because, yeah.
I'll piggyback off of that response, and really totally resonates. I echo everything you've said. With my accent too, I just, when I trained as a journalist, during my internship, my internship was broadcast journalism. I had to speak to, television and radio. And oftentimes people would call in and say, oh, we don't understand what she's saying. So ignorantly, I tried. I made an effort to speak in a way that the masses that I was talking to would understand. So I think significantly at that point, I sounded more Canadian. And it's hard to go back. When I tried to sound like my aunt, she's like, are you mocking me? I'm not mocking you, I'm just... So I've decided that doesn't matter. That does not define me. Absolutely, thank you for articulating it so well. It doesn't matter how I sound. I'm a Muchiga woman. I always will be. The question about love or money, it's just, I'm just laughing because it's funny. You never make enough as a writer to live on. Not if you have a family. Even if you don't have a family, it's not enough. My dream is to get to a point where writing is the only thing I do, but no, I have a day job. And if you want to be a writer, do not quit your day job. You have to make a living. But even now, I still write for the love of it. I love writing. For me, I know just writing, it saved me. It feels like I'm being overly dramatic, but it really saved me. I was in a place where, and I already suffer from clinical depression, and it was untenable. And the only thing that worked was meditation and writing. And I'm not saying it's a replacement for therapy or medication, but it did something for me. Writing did something for me that then made it easier for other interventions to work. So I'll always be writing, even if I don't get published, I'll always be writing. I'll always be writing. There's writing that I do for myself, and there's writing that I do for the world, to share my stories with the world. And I think also when you're writing for the love of it, then you get to have a say in how the people who publish your work put it out in the world, because they can have a hand in how you put out the work. When I finished the manuscript and I was happy with the way it was, agents and publishers thought, oh, you're writing for a story, setting it in a country that has strict anti-homosexuality laws, so you should punch up that angle. And what that means in the white world is they want to see more violence. They want to see more black bodies being beaten up or burned up or whatever, because that's how they want to view Africa. And that's not what I wanted to do. So I was able to say, let's keep looking for another publisher who wants to publish my story, keep the spirit of it, the intent of it. And if I wanted money, if I was writing for the money, I think I might have been able to go back to the manuscript and make it so that I could get a bigger advance. But because my manuscript had done for me something already, I wasn't expecting to get rich from it. That's not why I had written the book. We found an independent publisher who actually shared my vision for the work and said, this is a brilliant story as it is. Let's just actually because the main narrator of the story is herself a straight girl. She's a young teenage girl, and I wanted to keep it her story, but still, because her sister is queer, that's all everyone knows about the book. The other part about voice, I think it kind of ties into your intention, why you're writing, why you became a writer. But for me, what helped has been reading a lot of African writers. Like I said earlier, when I went to Canada, I hadn't read a lot of African writers. And I was reading more and more of them and understanding that when you're an African writing and getting published in the Western world, they expect you to center whiteness. They expect you, because books published in the US and Canada and anywhere, the primary reader is a white person. So they want you to explain things and use don't use too much of your dialogue. If you use your language, they might try to italicize it, like all of those things. But I was reading Toni Morrison, and Toni Morrison says she learned to write the way she writes towards Black people by reading Chinua Achebe. And I was like, I come from Africa, and I had read the one book everybody has read, Things Fall Apart, and I hadn't read any of the others. And so I just think if we want to write, we need to have models who are writing the kind of work that we want to be writing. So you have to read, we have to read our own writers. And then don't try to write like them, write like yourself, but the spirit of the work and the audience, keeping it in mind. I think that's what voice can be.
I've been sitting here trying to formulate my answer for that question. But you mentioned italicizing your language in the book. So my personal experience is, so when I wrote my first manuscript and I submitted it to my publisher who is in New Zealand, my first manuscript got rejected and I got really upset. And I went back and I changed the story and I put a lot more of my own language in it. And I italicized a lot. And I don't think that's the reason my manuscript was accepted this time, but it was very, And I had a conversation one time with Manuel Mohale. She's a South African poet, and we were talking about it. And she was talking about when do we get to a point where we don't feel the need to italicize our languages. And that takes me to where I'm going with this is, for me, it's really about giving yourself permission. I think in everything in life, especially in writing, in your art, you need to be able to give yourself permission to enter certain spaces and say certain things the way you want to say them, and just accept people to be okay with it, right? Because there is no, and Nick is right, there's no such thing as an African way of writing or an African. It's just, what do you define as that as a writer? I want to write about my country, right? And everybody is in my DMs. When Goma is on the news, people DM me, how do you feel about it, et cetera, and I appreciate that. But sometimes I don't have the language for it yet. And sometimes I don't give myself the permission to speak about it yet. And that's completely fine. So until you give yourself the space and, most importantly, the permission to be like, this is how I want to tell my story. I want to stop italicizing my Luganda or my Lingala or my French, in my writing, then, that's the way you go about it. That's my advice to you. About the accent. Nobody back home speaks English, so I'm sorted in that. So even if I were to speak English with my people, they wouldn't know what my accent is. But for the people who speak English, I myself struggle to place my accent. I think it's an amalgamation of the people I like in my life who speak in different, I have friends from different parts of the world who speak in different ways. And I think my brain and I just hear a word and like, oh, we like how that's said. That's how we say it from now on. And that's just, it becomes sort of of the lexicon. I have no answer for that. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. Osibiotia, bonjour, kodeyo, good afternoon. Oraireje, eyongonia, habari, malam, assalamu alaikum, shalom. I'd like to tickle your brain with your emotions. Do you recognize either of those? And what does it make you feel like? And if you don't recognize any of them, what does it really make you feel like? Have you been isolated? Yesterday, I heard Jennifer talking about Basheshe. And when you look at the spelling of Basheshe, you say, how is that pronounced the way? Why does it sound the way it does? Then I'll move you swiftly to Israel, Shibboleth. Some Jews will pronounce it Shibboleth. Others will pronounce it Sibboleth. That in itself is discriminatory, if you like to put it thus. But it is what you heard at home, how you learned it, processing it, and then it just comes out automatically. So there are issues there in response to the accent. Now, when it comes to, when I go home, I was in Nairobi in 1978. And I saw a patient who happens to have been the daughter of the Attorney General. It was a simple problem for me until I received a telephone call to be asked, are you an expatriate? In my understanding of English and the accent that was spoken to me, expatriate meant the white person who had visited Uganda. I was in Nairobi, and I had been labeled an expatriate. Now, when it comes to other issues, I've lived, as I said, I've lived in the UK for quite a considerable period of time. If you observe when racial disharmony erupts, you look at the economy. Is there a downturn in the economy? If I could put it thus, are the locals, or some of the locals, struggling with their economy? And instead of looking at the totality of the situation, they think they are not doing well because you took their job. Now, I'm a pediatrician. If I wanted to take a cleaner's job, I could actually get it, but it's not what I'm doing. But if you look at the pattern of which people are bringing up that situation, we all have the extreme left, we have the extreme right, sometimes we have leaders, that kind of scenario. But you have got to go above it. And I personally feel there is a lot of education to be done. We have to do a lot of work. You, people who are sat here, and my colleagues here, are trying to achieve that goal, writing about who we are, what do we do, and educating people to learn those kind of things. And asked on numerous occasions, where did you train? And of course, say Uganda. What? Do they have medical schools in Uganda? That's kind of stuff. Or a mother who loves her son walks into the consultation room, and the son says, I do not want to see a black doctor. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So I said to the mother, don't worry, mother. Children learn from their parents. Perhaps you might wish to speak to your son. I'm here if you want to come back in. If not, the National Health Service offers various opportunities. I can look for a non-black doctor to see him. But then I have to take another step back. If you look at the workforce in the National Health Service, we haven't got enough personnel from the Caucasian population. Many posts have been filled. So we therefore have a problem of greed, if you want to put it thus. I'm greedy because I want to get a job and get money. But then there is fear, the local population. How do we deal with that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request you to look at our situation as a jigsaw. We're all pieces of the jigsaw of humanity. We are interdependent.
Thank you so much. And we have time for just, I almost feel like that's even a nice place to land this plane, but we will come back for just 2 more questions. I've seen the hand in the front, and there's one at the back. You guys, oh, there's Banangi, I know you're many. And everyone is pointing at their, yeah, you people, you're bribing me. Anyway, okay, so let's do this. If you ask them like in really, and if what would help is if you ask the specific panelists so that they can take just their questions, that would be amazing. So can we, who will help me? Okay, you ask your question and then help me with the microphone.
My question is for the 2, Irene and Nick, the place of awards. You've been you've been shortlisted for awards. You've won awards. I wanted to know what's the place of awards in the space you come from, what it does for your writing and your careers. And for you, Loic, you're talking about building community. And I see you've done editing places like Lolwe,
How has that been going?
Check this, but you said short ones. Okay, let me make this short. So I came to Makerere when I was 25 years old. Had lived the whole of my life before that in Kenya, apart from boarding school. When I'm in Kenya, I'm in every sense that I can think of, I'm a Kenyan boy, except that my passport says Uganda. And I come to Uganda, I'm going to be a Ugandan because I'm at home. And about 30 years later, I mean, I've tried. I write about Uganda. I write Kampala. I write Kampala. And I discovered that what happened.
We can't hear you though. No. Michelle, just help me.
Again, okay. So, I think I've lost my place. Oh yes, that there's several different Kampalas, and that I think that this is the one. This is now going to be my home. This is where I'm going to be long. You make a bit of money, now you're no longer lower middle class, you're upper. Then you make a bit less money and you go backwards, and now you speak English, you don't speak Luganda that well. I was thinking, when I walked in, I'm looking at Kampala and look at Makerere University where it all started, and thinking that, should I leave? Should I go? When I come over here and Mr. Shabi, you speak about having an identity and a sense of where you're from and being a Mchiga woman, wherever you go, no matter where you go, it's a home that is part of you, that is contained within you. Mr. Makoha, you speak about a people who you can find wherever you go, a tribe of writers. Dr. Chivilige, you speak about a sense of something which you're ready to confront another person about, even if you know that it's probably going to put you in danger. I didn't believe my thought was that home is something which you have to create for yourself. From where you are, you have to look for the people. You have to look for your people, or you have to engage in the environment in which you are. My question is, should I leave or should I stay in Kampala? In your opinions.
Oh wow. Okay. I don't want to be them right now. Yes, please go all the way up. Oh, it was you up. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was. My apologies. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I'll be quick with my question. So often, from my experience, sometimes when we're away from home, there is a tendency to romanticize home. And what is real or not real is kind of blur, and all of a sudden home is this perfect place, like this dreamland that you want to come back to. And unfortunately, I see that in a lot of writers' space. But when you come home, that's not the reality. And how do you reconcile with that in your writing? How do you deal with that dream place that is perfect now that you've left home? How do you reconcile with actually what is real? And how do you deal with that? Just ask that because I've seen, for some writers, it's still that dream place. But for some, how do you deal with that conflict, especially in your writing?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So there are two hands on this row, then it must go all the way up, eh? Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. My name is...
I thought you were writing. Oh, oops, okay.
Thank you. My name is Titus. My simple question is, we are in the theme of belonging. I remember when I was still in ordinary level, David Lubadi wrote a poetry, compiled the poems, and one of the themes which we studied was identity. Now there was a poem which I don't still remember the title, but it was Bring a Black Man who was staying in United States of America, but this man was discriminated. Whenever the visitors enter, whenever the visitors come, he was forced to go inside the kitchen for visitors not to see him, that you have a black monkey in the home. Now, my question to all of you, the panelists, because I came late, but the few I've been hearing from you, it looks like most of you are Africans and you lived in England and other countries. Now, and I've been hearing you saying that sometimes one of them, I don't know her name, she has been saying that sometimes she was asked that, where is your home? Where is your real home? Now, my real question is, to all of you who asked that question or other discriminatory questions in that line, how did you feel and how did you manage to go through that, to maneuver through that situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Your neighbor was next, and then we go up and then we finish.
First of all, thank you very much for sharing your inspiring stories, which I could really relate to, especially on the theme of belonging. Being Sudanese, born in Dubai, who have had to flee the war to go to Cairo and then come to Uganda now. I have never felt more like in home, more than I've been in Uganda. So really thank you for hosting us. In terms of, I'm a reader, I'm not a writer. So as a reader, I often find myself relate to specific characters or specific stories within a book. But when you're writing, what do you hope your readers come out with when they're reading your book? What's the main thing you'd like them to come up with? Thanks.
Okay, and fine.
This question goes to Irene. So my question is, you say that you oftenly write yourself, as in you have that part of you that you always write yourself. So there is this challenge that I've been facing like my parents do not know much about writing. So, and my siblings, my older sibling understands more about writing. But then when we get much into conversation with him, he doesn't explain what I really expect out of him. And now I get this from you and you're like, you've been writing more to yourself. But people around me do not understand, and they do not understand the meaning of like me writing to myself. They do not understand what I really intend of writing, and they really find it so awkward that I'm born from this Ugandan family and I have this accent that they don't understand. But at certain times, I also feel like I'm lost with myself. And I feel like I should back out. So my question is, how do you deal with that backing out? Yeah, like how do you deal with that backing out? Yeah, that's it.
Wow, tough ones. Okay, so there was that, you're the lastest. And then we need to share 10 minutes somehow to end by 4:30.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for your mercy. I just wanted to ask a very brief one. And Mr. Makoha, I think you will answer it for me. Back to the question that the moderator posed about this issue of going home. When the moderators were conceptualizing it, most of them gave it a very racial, that kind of thing, when you're in Europe and whatnot. I was just wondering very briefly, like, what would the ramifications of this be if you're from, say, Lango, and you're living in Kampala, and you look like you come from Kigali, and are being told to go back home, by which they mean Buhweju. Thank you so very much.
Okay, I don't know how to answer that question, but I'll try and answer because I want everyone to speak before we wrap up. But what I would say, I don't play for prizes. How prizes help is that we need the money. There is not enough of an ecosystem to support a writer, and whereas you have another job, I get all my stuff through writing. So I take every day very seriously. I don't play, I don't joke. I am my worst enemy. Does that make sense? There need to be, some people say there are too many prizes. That's easy to say when you're not in the game, yeah? And it's a naive thing. You actually need prizes because, particularly for people of color, particularly for black people, because a lot of times they're marginalized. But you know, people only took me seriously when I won the Carve Econom Prize. Before that, I was nowhere. You know, and then as I run more prizes, it helps. But I'm not playing for prizes. I'm playing to, like I told you, I belong to that lake. So I'm talking to Ngugi. I'm talking to Okot Bitek. I'm talking to, you know, Jennifer. I'm talking to those writers, having a dialogue with them about the expression of human existence. To answer your question, who am I writing to? I'm always writing to myself because I'm trying to understand myself in this life that I have. I'm writing to, you know, this person was talking about this, you know, I'm in the diaspora, so I'm writing back. I'm always writing to Uganda in some kind of way. You have a romantic version of that. You can't help that because there is a longing. And it is always the way. If you break up with somebody you love, even if they were bad for you, there is a longing. So I long for Uganda. That part doesn't exist. It's in my imagination. But I'm also aware of the reality. But I need to talk of the imagination because there'll be people like me who will experience what I've experienced. Does that make sense? Another question to Mr. Kampala man. I can't answer that question. That belongs to God. But what I will say to you is stop worrying about what other people think about where you're from. And it's kind of same for the other man. Start worrying about, are you telling the story that hasn't been told? Yeah, and I remember I did a workshop with Jennifer, and this will be my last point. A workshop with Jennifer where she was writing prose and I was doing poetry with Goretti. And that was one of the things that we were constantly talking about every day, about how do you tell the story that nobody else could tell. And I think you had just written Kintu, you had just gone to being published. And that's what you're looking for. Stop worrying about where you're from. That's a mistake of geography. Do you understand? Your parents could have been flying over Egypt, you know, and then the plane crashed and it lands in Japan. You know, like you could be Japanese right now and black. It really doesn't matter. But what is the story you want to tell? That is our technology. Stop worrying about place, even though it's important, and start worrying about the stories. Your stories are stories that aren't being told in the West. Does that make sense? They're not being told. And you have good stories. You might not have the technique, and that's not an insult. I didn't have the technique. We're always working on technique. But you have interesting stories. Stop worrying about place. Worry about what story do I need to reveal that somebody hasn't heard before. I'll leave it there. Hand over.
I'll talk about awards because it's something that I know a lot of emerging writers are always thinking about. That personally, from my own experience of having been a writer for over 10 years now, I don't submit to the prizes for unpublished manuscripts just because I find it too stressful, like the Commonwealth Writers' Prize or whatever. Like, I love reading the work that comes out of it, but I personally don't write for that. The awards that I have won are for already published work, and I really appreciate those because then I have taken my own time, I'm comfortable with the story, whenever I can submit it, whenever, and then I can ask the magazine that published it to submit it to, for example, the Kane Prize for African Writing, which I asked them to do because I wanted African readers I want to get African eyes on my story. I had been writing in Canada and publishing in Canada, and yet I knew that I wanted to be writing for African writers, and I thought, this is a strategy that I can use. If I submit my story, even if it doesn't win, many African readers will have read it. So I know it's tempting to want money for your work, but you have to get good. You have to get good. You have to, and that takes time. It takes a lot of practice. You write a lot of bad drafts, everybody does. But you keep at it, and eventually you get good. And I think you know it when you've fallen into your stride, when you can judge that I have written a good story. That always being the goal, to tell a good story. Sure, yeah, you're about place and you're writing about your people and you want to elevate your culture, but you have to tell a good story. Otherwise, all of that is wasted. What else did I wanted to also talk about romanticizing of home, which is so true. It is really true. I'm writing my current project is a nonfiction work that I'm kind of growing an essay I wrote a while back for the Commonwealth Writers Foundation's online magazine, ADA, and it's about my family being evicted from that place I told you about where I was born. And I realized as I've begun to write it that having conversations with my older sister that I remember all of the good things, you know, the storytelling. I remember the rivers and the birds. And she says, do you remember we had head lice? Like, whoa, I didn't remember that. We had head lice. And we had head lice. And we had, you know, the fleas that kind of, yeah, jiggers. We had those. And so she's reminding me of all the bad parts that somehow I had kind of strategically forgotten. So when you write nonfiction, fiction, you can romanticize all you want in fiction, but nonfiction forces you to be real. And so you can't just rely on your own memories. You know, memories can lie. So you have to ask other people. And then you can balance it. You can still tell your own romantic whatever, but you have to have the reader know that you are aware that you have made up this place in your mind using your language and imagination that is not the real one. And to some extent, I think whenever we're writing about a place, it's not the real place, right? It's never the real place. You're conjuring it. You're conjuring a version of it. But it's nice when people can recognize familiar landmarks and they can place themselves. That's very nice. So I never came here for a trip, as a research trip, to write my novel. It's everything I grew up, I remembered, and everything. But when I came and went to Bigodi, the wetland sanctuary that's very prominently featured in the book, I collected stories from the guides, for example, and that added a kind of atmosphere that had lacked before. So research is good. If you can afford to go on a research trip, do it. If you can't, just do the best that you can, or call people. Goretti was telling us yesterday how she remembers to do her dialogue in a recognizably Ugandan way by calling her relatives and having them talk to her the way that they usually would. I do that a lot. I do that a lot at a time when, because where I'm in Saskatchewan, I'm very isolated. I never get a chance to speak Ruchiga with anyone. And then I realized I think that had been the case too, even in Kampala. We speak English all the time. I have nephews who don't speak Ruchiga, and they grew up here, they were born here, they just speak English. And I try to talk to them in my language, and they don't know. Like, this is our language, though, you don't know it. So I think I had grown into that culture, and when I went away and completely wasn't speaking Ruchiga at all, or Luganda, and I realized that I was forgetting my language. And that really freaked me out, because if you forget your language, what else do you lose alongside it? So when I started writing, actually, I was translating Emigane, folklore, folk stories. Every culture has their own, and that's what I was doing. And I think that was bringing me back into my language. So much so that now I'm more proficient than some of my relatives who are here. What else did I think, perhaps we're running out of time, but the instinct to quit writing, just like, that happens with anything. It happens with anything. And if it's important enough, you'll come back to it. I don't want to say, force yourself to write even if you don't feel like it. Sometimes there's this cause and you can just not write for a while and you can come back to it. I think I'll stop there.
I want to start with your question about community. For me, it's about being intentional. So I started writing for myself first, then I bought my first poetry collection. It was Collective Amnesia by Kole Kaputuma. And I read that it revolutionized how I thought about poetry. And I'm like, I want to write like this. And the next thing I knew, I was like, who published Kole Kaputuma? It was, I forgot this publishing house in South Africa. And I went on a website and it said that, oh, in order for you to get published by us, we don't take in submissions, but if you send your work to these magazines and you get published out there, we'll find you and we'll reach out to you. So that's what I started doing. And as a result of that, I got published in a few journals. And from those journals, that's where you meet people, right? That's where people write to you and be like, I read your piece in this journal, and we become friends, etc. With Lolo, it was the same story. Troy and I started speaking because he saw my work published somewhere else, and he reached out to me and he asked me to be a guest editor for edition 3, I believe, of the magazine. And so it's I don't know how to answer the question. It's just that when you were in the place, for me it was very important to find pockets of writers I could affiliate with. So whether it's a Nigerian, a Ghanaian community, the Ugandan community, I have friends in America who are writers. It's just, you know, like any other friendship, just being intentional and taking it from there. There's one question I wanted to ask about what we want. So I believe Jericho Brown's poem, Duplex, I Begin With Love. The first couplet says, I begin with love, hoping to end there. That's my love is a place, which is home, which is what I want my reader to take away from my writing. So when I'm writing a sad story, and Jackie, we had a conversation earlier, and you say, I read your book and it's so sad. Yeah, the relationship with my book has also changed as a result of that. As I came across this poem, I was like, well, it can be sad, but there's a love story in there. You know, maybe that's what we should focus more on. And even when it comes to romanticizing home, it's very hard. Life is hard at home, but it's bearable when it's hard in your own language with your own people. When you go out in the world and you realize that life is unkind outside of home, and you don't have the language, you don't have the people to relate in that suffering. I want to write about home now as the best place on earth, because there I can be hungry and sad, but my grandmother is around, etc., etc. You see what I mean? So, yeah, so love that's what I want my reader to take away from my writing. Whether it's sad, whether it's scandalous, whether it's funny, there is love in there to take away from it.
Thank you again. Right. Literary prizes, none. Charity prizes, 1. Academic qualifications, I don't know. Now, when it comes to going home, it is an instinct. You and only you can feel whether you want to go home or not. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. You have to make up your mind. 2 examples. I've got a colleague, left here 1976. He's only been back here in Uganda twice. 1, because his wife asked him to come. The second one, I do not know. Another example, I was in Kalangala, Sese Islands, and I met a young man from Bufumbira, and we were talking, and asked him if he'd been home. And he said no. And I asked him why. He said he was frightened of going home because when he left, he told his parents and grandparents that he was going to Kampala to make money. He did not make money in Kampala, so he tried another option, Kalangala. I haven't met him again, so I do not know whether he got enough money to go. So some of our friends have been abroad. They have never been able to raise funds to fly back home. It's not that easy. There was a question about parents and siblings not being able to read or write. Ladies and gentlemen, I used to read my reports to my parents. I interpreted it for them. There's a story in my book of when I deliberately omitted something because it was to my advantage that they didn't know about it. If you really want to know what that was, it's in there. Now, the other aspect is challenges that we're faced with. I'm actually challenged, literally challenged, because this is not something I've did before. I've not studied literature. And when I was in junior school, there was something called the Black Book. The Black Book meant you could only speak in English. If you spoke any vernacular, I think is what it was called, my language was part of the vernacular. If I spoke that, it was a punishment which put you up, made you feel that you shouldn't be speaking your own language. That takes us back to the accent scenario. You learn, you do this, and you do this and speak English. But we also have another issue. It is the international language of communication in terms of economy. So if you're going to publish, write and publish, you also have to think about the back pocket. Then the English needs to be written properly. And if you're being interviewed, you need to speak properly. But at the same time, try and not just be arrogant, but be assertive and feel confident. But that does not stop you speaking your local language. I submit.
Okay, thank you so much. A big round of applause for the panel for bringing home aspects of how they consider the question of home. And I hope you find home wherever that is as we go home.
Another round of applause for the panelists as they get off stage. Someone was telling me I must be a creature of habit. I always want to stand here, and I suppose they are right. Okay, thank you so much for that amazing discussion. And we have the books that these authors wrote with us. Facing Mountains at only 70,000 Uganda shillings. The New Carthaginians at only 50,000 Uganda shillings. Everything is fine here at only 50,000 Uganda shillings. And never forget us, Dearest, also at 50,000 Uganda shillings. So please buy the books, have the authors sign them. We still have authors in our midst. Jennifer is still here. Goreti Kyomhendo is still here. Feel free to buy their books and have them signed. According to the program, we are having a dramatization. We are having a dramatization of I'll Marry When I Want coming up. The program says 6 p.m., but we have moved it forward to 5:30 p.m. So at 5:30, please be here and watch the dramatization of I'll Marry When I Want. In the meantime, please network with each other, buy books, find something to eat or drink, and just enjoy the space. The DJ is going to be playing some cool music. You can even dance. Okay, see you at 5:30.